So I'm grateful to all the SCETL staff and faculty colleagues from other units at the university for helping us to organize this wonderful program that we have for you today. And now I'm going to be turning to introduce our first panel. Each of the panels will leave time for Q&A with the audience, so be keeping that in mind. I do want to mention one of the professors from another unit at ASU helped us to plan the entire year of speaker events in the Civic Discourse Project this year on this theme, Jim Weinstein from the O'Connor College of Law. And the moderator for this panel is another colleague from another unit at ASU that was served on that planning committee. So I'm happy to be introducing Professor Peter DeMarnoff, who is a philosophy professor in ASU School of Historical, Philosophical, and Religious Studies. His books include Liberalism and Prostitution, and with Doug Husak, The Legalization of Drugs. His areas of scholarly expertise are political philosophy and the philosophy of law. He's published essays on individual rights, government paternalism, constitutional interpretation, drug laws, and polygamy laws. He's been a visiting fellow at the Princeton University Center for Human Values, the Edmund J. Safra Foundation Center for Ethics at Harvard University, and a visiting assistant professor at Stanford University. So for our opening panel in the conference, is there widespread censorship of heterodox ideas at American universities? Please join me in welcoming Professor DeMarnoff and the panel.
Thanks, Paul. Good morning, everyone. So I want to welcome our two distinguished panelists, John McGinnis of Northwestern University Law School and Alana Redstone of University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. John McGinnis is a graduate of Harvard College and Harvard Law School, where he was an editor of the Harvard Law Review. He also has an MA degree from Balliol College, Oxford, in philosophy and theology. Professor McGinnis clerked on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia from 1987 to 1991. He was Deputy Assistant Attorney General in the Office of Legal Counsel at the Department of Justice. He is the author of Accelerating Democracy, Transforming Government Through Technology, Princeton 2013, and Originalism and the Good Constitution, Harvard 2013. He is past winner of the Paul Bator Award given by the Federalist Society to an outstanding academic under 40. He has been listed by the United States on the roster of panelists who may be called upon to decide World Trade Organization disputes. And our commentator, Alana Redstone, is Associate Professor of Sociology at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign and a founding faculty fellow at UATX. Look it up. She is the faculty director of the Mill Institute at UATX and the co-author of Unassailable Ideas, How Unwritten Rules and Social Media Shape Discourse in American Higher Education. She has a joint PhD in demography and sociology from the University of Pennsylvania and is the creator of Beyond Bigots and Snowflakes, which is a video series. So John is going to give a talk of around 25 minutes, and then Alana is going to comment. And then as moderator, I'm going to ask a few questions. Then John will have an opportunity to respond to Alana's comments, and then I will moderate, ask a few questions, and then we will open the floor to Q&A. Please help me welcome to the podium John McGinnis.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm delighted to be here today, particularly here when at a kind of center that I think needs to be replicated across the nation. So my talk today is going to focus on the growing culture of conformity in our law schools. I focus on law schools both because that's what I know and because they play a particularly important social role. But I'm confident that what is going on at law schools is replicated at many other parts of the campus, and the result is the same, a threat to the epistemic openness of the university. And thus I will make some more general points along the way. That epistemic openness, a great legacy of the Enlightenment, in law schools as elsewhere in the university, is fundamental to the progress of knowledge, because it's only by hearing many different views that students and faculty alike can be shaken from the all too easy certainties and complacency which our individual inertia and social tribalism encourage. Kafka said that a great book should break the sea frozen inside us, and that is also the function of a great university. Law schools matter in particular because they serve as the gatekeepers of lawyers, the key profession in a democratic republic. A democratic republic depends on the core notion that ours is a government of men, not of men, but of laws. A government of men controls by arbitrariness and caprice, but a government of laws controls by transparent rules that allow citizens to plan. Thus, it is essential that law be kept separate from political discretion. But laws are not always entirely clear, and men and women legitimately dispute their content. Thus, a central purpose of the legal system is to clarify those rules through adversarial presentations to aid authoritative decisions by neutral tribunals. Just as the adversary system perfects the rule of law, so a robust culture of free speech and inquiry perfects the adversary system. What are the best arguments to make, or even what makes an argument the best, is often itself unclear and disputed. A culture of exploring these arguments, even before they appear in court, without fear of retaliation or ostracism, complements the adversary system and improves our governance. That culture requires ideological openness and not conformity. So the problem today is that many forces are making law schools more monolithically left-wing and oppressively ideological orthodox than they once were. I want to detail the structural factors, but I want to make clear that I recognize that conformity can in principle be as much a danger from the right as from the left. It's just that the most important structural factors today point sharply in one direction. So let me begin with our faculties of today. There has been a recent study written called the Legal Academy's Ideological Uniformity, which title sort of sums up its conclusions by some political scientists, not any of them, I think, conservatives, who described the Legal Academy as having a median law professor who's a liberal Democrat with very small representation of conservatives. Moreover, they make the also important point is that law schools now are moving more leftward because of the increased focus on faculty hiring and representation of women and minorities, because these professors are even more left-wing than the median law professor. The effect is even more pronounced in the more controversial and more politically salient area of public law, because in private law, minority and female candidates are relatively few, thus requiring public law to shoulder diversity hiring. Diversity has thus become, at least in law schools, a means of entrenching ideological uniformity, particularly on public regarding issues on which the maintenance of the republic depends. This ideological uniformity is so strong that, not surprisingly, it now leads to outright discrimination against conservatives, particularly in legal subjects that are a matter of intense public concern, like constitutional law. Professor Chapman, named James Phillips, has shown that, at least as to entry-level candidates, conservatives of equal credentials to liberals end up at schools of lower rank. Moreover, what matters to students, the result of greater ideological uniformity, is that some professors, particularly young ones, don't present other than to ridicule ideas that are important to today's adversarial system, whatever one thinks of them, like originalism. The casebooks from which they teach are tending towards bias as well. For instance, the leading constitutional law casebook now has more pages from the dissenting decision in Dobbs, the case that overruled Roe versus Wade, and left abortion decisions to the states, than the majority opinion, despite the established norms of the profession that majority opinions are more important to analyze for the development of law. Even older professors have told colleagues of mine that they avoid certain subjects completely in their courses because they fear the reaction of a vocal group of students and their complaints to the administration. And of course, it is rarely as easy for even a courageous professors of goodwill to make as persuasive a case for ideas with which they oppose as those which they espouse. The combination of ideological uniformity and self-censorship makes for a culture alternating between conformity and avoidance, where contentious legal subjects are at issue. Given that ideological uniformity, academic conversations, and as anyone in academics know, what is key in academics is the location of the conversation, what's being talked about, allow legal academics simply to ignore ideas that are inconvenient to the prevailing views. And a good example is that David Bernstein of George Mason University has just published the first comprehensive overview of racial classifications by government, showing how arbitrary and capricious they are. George Will devoted a column to it and called it perhaps the most important book of 2022. But despite the endless talk at most law schools for the need for more conversation about race, only a single law school faculty has invited him to a faculty workshop where his work would be discussed, despite the thousands of such workshops held each year. Conversations on such subjects of sensitivity are mostly monologues at today's law schools. That breeds a culture of certainty on some of the most important issues of our time, not open inquiry. So the second structural factor, I fear, is the administrative enforcement of the left's project. Second, law school administrations now pressure faculty to be more left-wing, particularly on matters of race and gender. Many require each faculty member to submit a statement about he or she is advancing the diversity, equity, and inclusion as part of consideration for hiring and raises. For instance, all the law schools of the University of California impose this requirement on applicants and those professors looking for a raise. At some schools, members of DEI inclusion staff who are not faculty members participate in interviews with the appointments candidates. At my own school, we were asked about our contributions in our research to these goals in our annual review. Pursuing diversity, equity, and inclusion seems to me a thinly veiled code for a left-wing project on race and gender. Thus, adding a unit on how a particular body of law systematically oppresses minorities and women would count as with scholarship that argues for more race and gender-conscious society. Well, I think articles on the virtue of colorblindness would not and might be disqualifying at many places. They also encourage faculty members to inject race and gender into every part of the curriculum and treat it from a left perspective. Such statements promote a political litmus test for hiring and promotion because conservatives, libertarians, and even traditional liberals really cannot compete on that kind of ideological axis. What's really worrying is the supine compliance with such statements, because it underscores how many legal academics have now subordinating long-standing principles of academic freedom to politics. Let's assume instead that schools required faculty members to tell how their teaching and scholarship recognized that the United States was an exceptional country in order to help, for instance, foster civic bonds between students. One can only imagine the torrent of complaints about academic freedom emanating from private schools and law schools about the First Amendment rights filed by professors at public schools. Yet no such resistance has occurred internally at law schools, even though the immediate past president of the American Association of Law Schools is a famous civil libertarian. And because of the pressure for conformity, there are now, I think, coming to be some examples of sort of classic censorship. And some prominent law school deans are instituting disciplinary proceedings about race. Recently, the administration at Georgetown suspended and then investigated a lecturer, Ilya Shapiro, for a tweet about Biden's decision to limit his consideration for his first Supreme Court pick to black women. The tweet was indeed inartfully worded, and Shapiro quickly deleted it and made clear that his point was that considering race interfered with making the best choice on the merits, something I think that actually a charitable reading of the tweet would have really recognized from the start. Georgetown only reinstated Shapiro after a 4-month delay and after deciding he was not yet an employee at the time of the tweets, an analysis that would have taken at most 10 minutes. This delay, I think, had one of two causes: to inflict a punishment that even Georgetown's speech-unfriendly rules did not permit, and so discourage people from speaking at all about issues of race or avoiding the wrath of the students. They had conveniently left campus shortly before the decision to reinstate him was announced. The administration was guilty then, I think, of vindictiveness or cowardice. This is not an isolated incident at Georgetown. An adjunct professor who expressed angst that African American students tended to be at the bottom of her class was simply terminated. Such actions have the obvious effect of chilling any empirical or normative discussion of race that does not fit with the left's agenda. The dean of the University of Pennsylvania Law School has recently called for his university to discipline or indeed fire a professor named Amy Wax for a variety of reasons, including statements that Brian Leiter, a famously left legal philosopher, noted are obviously statements of extramural opinion protected by traditional norms of academic freedom. I think it's interesting in this way to look at that some of the dean's charges not only threaten academic freedom, but also demonstrate his own lack of adherence to standards of scholarship. In his bill of particulars against Wax, he complains that she showed an interview with the former British politician Enoch Powell in class, which was wrong because Powell had made, at another time, what the dean characterized as a racist speech. But as another professor, Seth Tillman, professor in Europe, shows, in a devastating review of this charge, the dean offers no support whatsoever for the disputable assertion that Powell's famous speech was racist, something that Powell long denied, let alone that his interview was. This incident, I think, demonstrates how the norms of scholarship can disappear when the new sacred values about race and gender are attacked. Besides the chilling effect that such actions create, law schools also sustain a campus orthodoxy by holding panels on critical issues that are one-sided. That happened most recently after Dobbs, the most important constitutional law decision in a generation, where many law schools, including my own, hosted panels with only critics of the decision and defenders of abortion rights. The American Association of Law Schools, the organization that's supposed to encompass the entire law professoriate, held a showcase panel on Dobbs with only critics of it. When one of the people was asked, well, why didn't you have some defenders? She said, well, we're right. So it's a kind of sense where error has no right. With matters that are thought to implicate race or gender, and that, I fear, is an ever-growing list of subjects, the orthodoxy is so strong that it resembles a catechism more than serious intellectual inquiry. Diversity, equity, and inclusion offices also do programming now on legal issues, and given the political objectives of these offices, these events are almost never diverse ideologically. The lack of any semblance of balanced debate sponsored by law schools on many prominent issues of the day sends a signal that only one set of views is acceptable, curtailing the debate necessary to prepare lawyers for an adversary system. Now, some have minimized the concern about left orthodoxy of law schools, arguing that the real victims are liberal students because they don't hear the opposing arguments and are thus not prepared for the world outside the university bubble. But that damage far exceeds that to liberal students. First, students are increasingly bringing the orthodoxy honed in law school to the legal workplace, bringing the intolerant atmosphere there to the most important law firms across the nation. Taking positions on the conservative side of the case, or even defending Supreme Court decisions, can lead to separation from leading law firms today. For instance, at Kirkland & Ellis, Paul Clement, a former Solicitor General and the leading Supreme Court advocate of his generation, was rewarded by winning the most important Second Amendment cases in decades with an ultimatum: give up representing your clients or leave the firm. Hogan Lovell fired a longtime lawyer after she made colleagues uncomfortable by defending the Dobbs decision. We can expect conservatives to continue to have difficulty representing conservative causes or defending conservative decisions, because to get associates from hothouse environment of our major law schools, leading law firms, which are often in the best position to bring complex pro bono cases, feel they must imitate the ideological conformity to which their young lawyers have grown accustomed. Yet one of the core ideas of our legal system is that an idea obviously that goes back to John Adams defending the British soldiers in the Boston Massacre, is that clients with plausible legal arguments deserve representation, then the best representation to vindicate the rule of law. But now that ideal is threatened by the view that some plausible ideals don't deserve representation, something that our law school orthodoxy encourages. Second, the conformist orthodoxy of today has also undermined the rule of law by alienating conservative law students. Conservatives have traditionally been strong defenders of following formal legal rules, creating an anchor for society amid the turbulent world of politics. But now many conservatives are rejecting these formal methods in favor of approaches that will allow political actors to choose the interpretation that best advances their own view of the common good. This is most associated with Adrian Vermeule at Harvard. The abandonment of the ideal of legal neutrality is not surprising, because conservative students now experience the faux neutrality of universities, where admission is suffused with considerations of race and ethnicity, where conservative professors face discrimination, and mobbing against conservatives is sometimes tolerated. Thus, the left orthodoxy of law schools makes many conservative law students think that neutrality is a mug's game, because the left will use it as a facade to advance their objectives. More generally, I worry that one of the causes of the rise of the populist right is the decline of the sense of neutrality of many of our institutions. The Supreme Court, so another important cause of orthodoxy, and maybe this is the most controversial part, I think, is our racial preferences in admissions and ethnic preferences. Even beyond the push it gives to the left in faculty hiring, it creates a demand for continual transformation of the previously meritocratic practices of law school that are a constraint on ideological uniformity towards practices that also favor the production of left ideology. Those admitted under the preferences are likely to perform less well at law schools than those admitted under generally applicable standards. That result follows logically from the fact that standard measures such as the LSAT and college grades that law school admissions officers use predict first-year grades. Past studies of students' performance broken down by race also confirm this fact. The last comprehensive study I could find was published in the Stanford Law Review. Two professors at Yale Law School, neither of whom are conservatives, summarized the findings as follows. With the exception of traditionally black law schools, where blacks still make up most of the student body, the median black law school grade point average is in the sixth percentile of white law students. That means only 6.7% of whites have lower grades than 50% of blacks. One finds a similar result at the other end of the distribution, as only 7.5% of blacks have grades that are higher than the white median. Based on this study, the two law professors acknowledge that the grades of blacks admitted under preferential admission are startlingly low. While the data is from the 1990s, there's no evidence that anything has changed, even if it's impossible to be sure, because we don't have any publicly available statistics anymore. The disappearance of transparency, I think, is itself a mark of how preferences can corrupt the academic enterprise. We cannot debate matters of profound importance without accurate facts. Indeed, in the absence of fact, people retreat to their all too certain priors, exactly the kind of things that the university should disabuse them of. Of course, there's no reason to expect that different races and ethnicities would form differently on average if schools admitted only individuals who had LSAT scores and undergraduate grades comparable to their classmates. But the differential performance of preferential admissions is even more disruptive and even more changes the atmosphere even more at law schools than at the undergraduate level. In undergraduate schools, students choose widely different majors and all do not necessarily compete head-to-head. But in law school, students take mostly the same courses in the first year, and the grades in the first year are the most important because they are what law firms rely on to hire summer associates and law journals use to select their editors. As a result, preferences have metastasized at law schools. Many, if not most, of the prestigious law reviews consider race and ethnicity in selecting their editors. The effect of selecting editors based on identity rather than solely on merit, like the effect of consideration of race and ethnicity in faculty hiring, also skews the selection of articles even farther to the left. Placement of articles in prestigious law reviews was once a constraint on ideology trumping meritocracy in faculty hiring because there was a substantial, even if imperfect, ideological neutrality in judgments. It's substantially weaker constraint today. Indeed, many law reviews now want authors to tell them what is their race, their gender, and their sexual orientation before reading their submissions. And with the decline of meritocracy, ideological orthodoxy has a freer reign. And this, I think, is one of the more important general points, is that meritocracy and epistemic openness are inextricably intertwined. Debase meritocracy, and it is much easier to have ideological conformity. Differential performance among racial and ethnic groups, which the students themselves may recognize, also needs to be explained. And I think that's one of the reasons that critical race studies falls on institutionally fertile grounds and is more difficult to challenge. Systematic racism explains away any disparities that are a direct consequence of the admission system. Now, I want to be clear, there's nothing wrong with critical race studies per se. The problem is the structure of identity, the identity structure, and other such features of university life that propel the scholarship and that make it hard to criticize. Beyond tilting scholarship, racial preferences also directly lead to pressure for offices of diversity, equity, and inclusion to address the angst created by differential performance. These offices now allow students to file discrimination claims against their professors, including complaints that professors discriminate against them in grading or class because of their race. At one university, for instance, so many claims and counterclaims have been filed that offices themselves don't have the staff to oversee these claims, but instead farm them out to outside law firms. But even if most claims are dismissed, the presence of this system alienates faculty from students, leads to defensive rather than accurate grading, increases the atmosphere of intolerance towards the few conservative professors. So this might be an issue on which one can end with a note of optimism. If the Supreme Court strikes down racial preferences this June and law schools comply with this ruling, one of the causes of ideological conformity in law schools may dissipate. Of course, it would take time for its effects to work themselves through the system, and oddly enough, and maybe paradoxically, I think we can expect many law schools to work to resist the law. But let me end where I began. What is going on at law schools is not unique to them, but a problem throughout many universities. When an educational institution becomes conformist, it chills dissenting views and makes the search for truth secondary to making ideas conform to what is thought virtuous. But a virtue signaling university undermines a big part of its core enterprise, making sound inferences about the causes and effects of the world. If elites are trained to view society through a dogma rather than openness to sometimes inconvenient facts, they will make America worse, particularly for non-elites, including those who are minorities. Capacious liberalism, including a nonconformist university culture, was the foundation of the rule of law. It's also a prerequisite for successfully, empirically based social reform, something that's also necessary to the continued flourishing of all citizens in a democratic republic, not just lawyers.
Thank you so much, John. Now I'd like to welcome to the podium Ilana Redstone for a comment. Oh, you're going to stay there. That's right. No, that's right. I forgot.
I'll stay here. Okay, if this is on. Thank you for that. There's a lot. So there's a lot to respond to, and I think lots of thoughts, and I'll try and keep it succinct. So I think that I guess at a high level, what I see and hear in his comments, I think he is. I think the professor is largely pointing to the symptoms of the problem rather than, sorry, and I'm going to use a medical metaphor here, rather than the disease to a certain extent. And I think that it's alluded to in a couple of times in his talk when he talked, so in the beginning, and I'm sorry, I'm working off of an older version here, but I know you talked a couple of times about certainty and sort of the certainty in the orthodoxy, which I think is actually worth zooming in on a little bit more. And so I think that that's when we talk about the orthodoxy and the conformity in higher education, which is, I'm certainly in full agreement that it is a problem. But I think that the cause really fundamentally is a narrow way of thinking that assumes that we have all the right answers already. So in the interest of time, let me speak to a couple of examples that he gave. One of them is, so in the pursuit of diversity, equity, and inclusion, sort of the idea that articles on the virtue of colorblindness would not qualify in most places. That is certainly true. And so then the question becomes, well, why? Well, what's driving that? Why would something on colorblindness not qualify as a statement in support of, that would sort of work towards one's diversity, equity, and inclusion statement? And it's because what we tend to do, and this is the certainty piece, is behave when it comes to these issues around race, gender, around anything contentious, that we have answers to questions that we never bothered asking. So, for example, in the colorblindness case, how much is there a limit to how much we should be leaning into identity categories? This is not a question for us to answer, but right, this is a question. When you call something colorblindness, you're assuming that there is no limit, right? That there's no end, that we can just endlessly lean into sort of racial and ethnic identity categories with no downside, all upside, right? And that the benefits will always outweigh the costs. We never talked about that question. That's not a question that's ever been on the table, right? So at what point is there a limit? If you think there's a limit, you can't then it becomes impossible to say, well, actually, I think not focusing on identity categories is a version of racism, right? So then, so to get back to the example that he said, then the idea of colorblindness does become something that you can talk about in a diversity statement. So again, but in the term itself, we're assuming that that it's always going to be sort of endlessly better the more we lean into these categories. And I think there's good reason to think that that's not the case. Where should the limit be? I don't know, but it's certainly something that should be on the table for a conversation. Another example, so just to point out another example, in the Amy Wax case, and I know Amy Wax is, she's found herself in hot water for a variety of things, and in this particular example about the River of Blood speech by Eunuch Powell, there are questions there about, so for example, rather than just saying this was a racist speech and that Dean then therefore condemning it, well, first of all, and according to what the professor says, based on this Professor Tillman's argument, was it a racist speech, right? And I've just read a little bit about it. I think there's a question there about was it a racist speech? And then even if you think it is, there's a separate question about should that be disqualifying? Does that mean that his name should never be invoked in a classroom? Should we never talk about him? Even if you think that the speech in 1968 was racist, does that mean that he is therefore sort of we erase him from anything important that was ever, right? That is, so in the dean's response, there is an assumption that we have answered that question, and I don't know that we've ever bothered asking it. And so that's sort of when I say that sort of getting at the question, the sort of core questions of certainty and the questions that we haven't bothered asking, and yet we behave as though we know the answers to. I guess I will close with one more example with respect to the conversation around preferences in hiring, preferences in admission, which he also talked about, which is going to obviously, we'll hear from the Supreme Court in the coming months on this topic. Right, when we think about the conversation around affirmative action, and I'm using affirmative action as sort of a broad umbrella term for everything that fits under it, including racial preferences in admissions and in hiring, although it's certainly broader than that. There is an assumption there about the causes of inequality in the first place, right? So again, this assumption, when we talk, and this is without taking a position for or against affirmative action, but if you think that if you want to make the argument that the only sort of right way forward is with affirmative action, right? And there are certainly people who have made this argument. You have to assume that you have then accurately assessed the causes of inequality, the inequality that you care about in the first place. And so again, there are these questions that we haven't asked, but we behave and respond when it comes to contentious topics as though we already have answers. And so what I would say in terms of transforming higher education and in terms of transforming how we think about these issues, I agree that everything that the professor is talking about is a problem. I think that the way forward is to pull back a little bit, in some ways slow down our thinking on these topics and say, look, what are the assumptions? When we think that something is easy, when we think that a contentious issue has an easy solution, or that the answer is obvious, we're making some assumption. What is it? Right? And so that's where we should be starting. And then the last thing I will say, just for clarification, UATX is the University of Austin. So that's just as a point of clarification, if anybody wants to know what that is. Thank you.
All right, thank you. John, you want to respond? Yes.
Thank you very much for those remarks, Professor Rossone. I don't think we're in real disagreement, but I do want to insist that the objective I completely agree with is to try to make the university a place where we are not certain what things we should not be certain about. But I think we have to look at the reasons for that, and so I would sort of reverse and say I'm looking actually at the causes of the disease currently, and those causes are deep and structural in the university. And as much as we would like the university to have a kind of what I call epistemic openness, I think to which you're quite properly sympathetic, that's very difficult today in an environment where identity plays so much in hiring. It plays in two ways. I think it's really very, as I try to suggest, and let me, in my talk, is destructive. One, because we make that a basis for admissions and for hiring, around those subjects, it's very difficult to not be certain. Because people are defending these politically and functionally rather than addressing them intellectually. And so that's the difficulty. And moreover, once we depart from meritocracy, which I do think the modern university does in a variety of ways, that is going to make it much easier for people to have their biases play in faculty hiring, and faculty hiring is key, I think, to creating a system of epistemic openness. So I entirely agree with the objectives of creating a university where we challenge certainties, where we try to figure out maybe we should have something in between color blindness and the kind of very strong preferences that are, at least that are exhibited at elite universities today. What I'm suggesting is that the very structures that universities have put into place today make that impossible. And one bit of evidence I have for that is the metastasizing quality of these preferences, and how that metastasis puts meritocracy on the defensive and makes it even more difficult to evaluate professors and students in an unbiased way. And so that's what I would leave you with, is that these factors are deep-seated in the modern university, and they are not only about the preferences, but they're about preferences that lead to a reduction in meritocracy, which then has this feedback effect in encouraging bias, and bias, of course, is the opposite of what you want to have with epistemic openness.
All right, thank you so much. So I'm going to ask some questions, primarily of Professor McGinnis, and then we will open the floor up to questions from the audience. So I am a great believer in uncertainty. I think that's a very important intellectual virtue. And so I will just lead by saying I am uncertain about how much we should be worried about any of this. So John used the metaphor of a disease, and I'm wondering, is this more like cancer or is it more like acne? So there's a suggestion that there is a threat to the search for truth. I'm not a faculty member at the law school, and I can only talk about my own unit, philosophy, or my own faculty. The unit is called something else, but I haven't actually done a systematic investigation into this. I would guess that most of my faculty colleagues vote Democratic or members of the Democratic Party. But I don't think that that corrupts them intellectually, or they're not unable to search for the truth because of that. And so I just want to, and so then now I'm going to ask some questions. So that was my introduction. So you, John, you repeatedly use the term uniformity of belief among law school faculty, but surely you do not believe that all law school faculty believe the same things. You yourself do not believe the same things as most of your colleagues. And surely you are aware that there are faculty members at other universities who don't accept the general, what you're calling leftist narrative or whatever. So given that there is not uniformity, but there is some diversity, why is there not a sufficient diversity of opinion to prompt honest intellectual inquiry and to produce good lawyers?
Well, first I'd note that I think the term I used, ideological uniformity, was the title of the article. It was the title of the article, Ideological Uniformity of the Legal Academy, written by, again, not by conservatives. So, of course, that is something of an exaggeration. There are conservatives in the academy. There are fewer conservatives in the academy for reasons I've discussed, because of the move to consider race and gender, and that creates even fewer in the pipeline for two reasons. One, there are just fewer conservatives of that, women and minorities. And secondly, anyone who says controversial things about these subjects, and of course, as you know, with some of the descriptions of what is thought to be racism and gender, seems to encompass all sorts of different subjects today, that also makes it harder. So I certainly agree there are conservatives. I think the worry is that the trend is quite going the other way. And so I would have been much more optimistic. Indeed, in a different article, I was the first person to look at the ideological composition of the legal academy. I was optimistic, and that was published around 20 years ago, that it was becoming better. But now I'm much less optimistic. And then so you ask, well, how many is enough? Well, I think it depends. I think it depends, again, on the culture, because a few can be enough if there's a culture where there's no sense that you're going to be ostracized for speaking out about these issues. But some of the examples I've given suggest that there can be ostracism, or perhaps even worse. So you could have a very few people if you had a culture of great openness. That's really not the kind of culture we have, and that's why I try to focus on some of the administrative actions. I think it's very troubling when you're asked in your evaluation form, how has your research contributed to diversity, equity, and inclusion? I certainly think that is going to make many people, not me, but many scholars who have a family or worried about getting the highest possible raise, to think twice about writing controversial scholarship. Again, particularly in a world where diversity, equity, and inclusion can include a whole host of subjects that you might not actually think, that the public might not actually think invoke those terms. So I think that combination does make me pessimistic, and so while I certainly agree with you, there are some conservatives in the legal academy, it's the combination of the paucity and the culture around them that makes their numbers and their position insufficient.
Okay, thanks. Alana, you want to say something about this?
Oh, yes, I just wanted to respond to your question. Thank you for letting me step out of my role for a second.
Fine.
To your question about whether this is a problem. So I think that we do tend to get focused on things like, the latest survey on self-censorship, or the number of disinvitations, or the percent, the sort of distribution, the political distribution in terms of leanings of faculty or whatever. And I think these things matter. I think that, so sort of what Professor McGinnis was just saying, that the numbers actually, it more depends on the culture. But what I would say is, I'll just give an example of how I sort of see the problem. If I talk to, and I'm in a sociology department at the University of Illinois, if I talk to a room full of students and we talk about race and social problems constantly, all semester, and if I say to them, and I say, what are the benefits of the concept of white privilege? And they say, they can give me answers like, well, it helps us think about the role of unearned advantage, or it helps us think about the way race continues to play a role in everyday life, right? And I say, yeah, that makes sense. I don't know, seems reasonable to me. And then I say, well, what can you tell me about why someone might object to or have concerns about the concept of white privilege? And they say nothing. They have nothing. Whether they have ideas and don't say them, or whether they literally don't know how to answer the question, it almost doesn't matter, because the point is that there is nothing that comes out. And so then we have a conversation about it. But I don't know how, that's not something that you're going to capture in a disinvitation, in a self-censorship. And so that's sort of where I would focus. I'm done.
Okay, thanks. So here's a big question. John, you identified a number of things about contemporary law school culture that trouble you. I wasn't clear on the way in which you thought that this affected the legal system, or the integrity of the legal system, or the integrity or functioning of the criminal and civil justice systems. So we might, I can understand being irritated, troubled, disappointed, but again, to put it in, to ask the big question, should we really should we really worry about the consequences of this trend for the U.S. legal system? And just a sort of a more specific version of that question, I may have misunderstood you, but I thought you were suggesting that it might not be possible for clients to get good representation unless they're represented by lawyers who went to the most prestigious law schools and worked at the most prestigious law firms, because if they go to these elite law schools, they're going to be mentally corrupted. But why should we believe this? If the top law schools are really doing such a bad job at training lawyers, as you suggest, doesn't that simply create a good opportunity for others?
So I think that's let me talk about that at the end, but you talked generally about why I think this is a problem. I think it's relatively straightforward. We think that, and we will have the best legal system if we have the best honed arguments on all sides. And it's just the case that what law schools do is they come up with ideas, they come up with people who are really skilled at making these arguments, and we're going to have a better legal system once we have the best kind of arguments. And so I think that's one reason, as I suggest. The other reason, and I want to talk a bit more about this, is as I don't think you picked up on it, which is that always throughout American history, sort of conservatives of a very broad stripe have been very focused on trying to keep law separate from politics. And I think that's a key aspect in some ways of a rule of law system. You have to have a difference between political discretion and the rule of law. And one of the real consequences, I think, and I see it among my conservative students, is a distrust of legal neutrality today, because that's what they see happening at the university. So that is itself a very destructive feature of the law school environment. Now you ask, we'll just have some really smart lawyers on the other side because all the big law firms go one way and they don't allow you to bring pro bono cases. I think that if you look at the legal system, it's a little difficult. At least some kinds of pro bono cases, they just need a lot of lawyers. I mean, they're intensely factual. And moreover, it's just the case, and here I may get into some trouble, that the elite lawyers, the elite law schools, graduate people who are likely to be able to make better arguments. They're selected for that. And there's a kind of, I'm not a believer that everyone is equal in every respect and is going to likely to be as good at argument in every respect, and so that's also an effect. So I agree with you that there'll be a kind of jujitsu move, that we'll see Paul Clement going off and making his boutique law firm and winning against people. I think that's true. I think that's actually what we see with an organization like this today, or the rise of conservative think tanks. When the university itself becomes corrupted, there'll be other ways that people will try to make their ideas known. Nevertheless, it's still a great loss when some of these established institutions disappear. And moreover, I think there is a loss, too, in some of these institutions with the best will of the world have to define themselves a little more oppositionally than is best. Whereas a university, in this idea, which I think Professor Redstone and I both share, of a real epistemically open university, it's not defined oppositionally against anything. It's defined positively for things. And so that's another consequence, I think, of what's going on in the law schools.
Okay, so then just to go back to the certainty-uncertainty point, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying that your hunch is that over time, the quality of legal arguments will go down as a result of this trend, and I understand why you think that. But the first thing I would point out, as far as I can see, it is a hunch, and second of all, there's not really any way of testing it.
Well, there's certainly no way of testing it now. Come back in 20 years, I think our empiricists can probably find ways of testing it.
So how would you test it in 20 years? I'm just curious.
Well, one way you might test it would be to see whether, and you have to hold other things constant. You'd have to see, for instance, whether parties settle faster, because insofar as they would settle faster, the law would become clearer, and the law would become clearer probably because one reason the law could become clearer is the arguments would tend to would tend to come to some conclusion after a while. And so one's seen that in my world. I teach antitrust law, and I think one's seen that actually. I mean, in the 1960s, the arguments in antitrust law were really terrible. And then law and economics came along and created a framework, not that may make everything absolutely clear, but a framework that made things a lot more recognizable, a lot more easy to understand. And actually, one of the things that happened is that there became many fewer litigated antitrust cases because people understood what the rules were ultimately. So I agree, behind that is an idea of kind of the teleology of law, that law can, as many people have suggested, work itself pure. But working itself pure requires this hydraulic pressure with arguments on either side.
Okay, so just as far as your understanding again of what's happening, I'm just curious about how you view your law school colleagues and law school faculty across the country. You gave an example of a dean who seemed to fail to satisfy basic standards of truth-seeking and scholarship. Do you think that that's true of most law school faculty across the country?
Well, let me be careful about this. So I think the more technical the subject is, the fairer are the arguments. So if I'm going to write about trust and estates, I can be completely confident of that. But in the sense of giving weight and doing what I think is really key to scholarship, really engaging with all the kind of counter arguments that can be made and not living yourself in a kind of ideological bubble, I think that has definitely declined in the area, anything in public law generally, and anything that is in any way connected with race and gender. And some of my examples suggest that. It's very hard to believe that, because these are faculty setting up a panel, that it is in any way a truth-seeking enterprise when you set up a panel on Dobbs and only invite people who think this is a terrible decision. I think that's a pretty good example of how things are. And so if that's what they're doing on panels, how credibly do we think they're going to be taking the argument seriously in their scholarship? I don't think very credibly. And so I do think that you have a spectrum. And so I completely still trust anyone who's writing about the rule against perpetuities.
All right, before we go to questions from the audience, Alana, do you want to add anything at this point?
I wouldn't even know where to begin.
All
so-
right, okay. So now we're going to open the floor to questions from the audience, and I will, let's see, we have a microphone right here. Jim, are you stepping up first?
I am, for
All
the
right,
first time in my 7
Professor
years
James Weinstein from the Sandra Day O'Connor College of Law here at ASU.
and one of the organizers, along with
Thank you
Professor
for reminding
DeMarnif,
me.
of this conference. My question is for Professor McGinnis. It has been alleged by some of our law colleagues that the notion that these cancel culture in general, but more specifically some of the incidents that you talked about and well known, where professors are punished for heterodox ideas, is mainly a conservative narrative, and it's anecdotal. It's not indicative. There's just not a sustained amount of these kind of punishment. There's just not that many incidents. It's anecdotal, and it isn't really representative of what's going on. I wonder if you have an empirical response to that statement.
So I don't, and I notice in my remarks, I don't see these, quote, canceling the attempt to, as opposed to, as I am, the actions against Shapiro and Wax seem to me indeed examples of cancel culture, at least on some of the allegations that have been made. And let me say that even a few such anecdotes can make people look over their shoulders, certainly at those institutions. I mean, I certainly think at Georgetown, particularly, that was not an isolated example at Georgetown. There was the adjunct who was summarily fired, I think, for expressing just kind of concerns about how certain students had done in her classes. So I certainly think at some institutions, Georgetown would be one, we really think just a few anecdotes can have a chilling effect. But that's not my basic concern. My basic concern isn't so much that people are being fired, but that the culture, and particularly I go to the example with these DEI statements, I think they very much do encourage, redirect what faculty think prudent to write about. Well, I mean, I do not think it is just clearly a great obstacle to being hired in the California system if you came out and thought and had any heterodox views, which means sort of not really the maximalist ideas on preferences about race today. I think it would be a huge problem for you. And so since people in academics, and here I'll reveal a dirty little secret about academics, many of them, they're always looking for the next most prestigious job, you don't even need to cancel them, right? You just have their mind is always going on, well, what can I just not go down that road? That's the real danger of the kind of culture we have, more than I think the examples of actual firing. I don't think I'm in danger of being fired really for anything I say, but I do think, and I've heard this from many of my colleagues, or at least from some of my colleagues, who are more concerned about their monetary compensation than I am, that they take that into account in what they write about. And that, I think, is corrosive and corruptive.
Heather McDonald of the Manhattan Institute.
To pick up on Professor DeMarneff's question, John, about the effects on the legal system generally, could you speak about the effects on the judiciary, both of the ideology that prevails in college and on the attack on meritocracy? And I'm thinking specifically about the student meltdowns that we saw with the nomination of Brett Kavanaugh to the Supreme Court, and you had walkouts at both Harvard and Yale law schools under the banner of Believe Survivors, which is an idea that is absolutely antithetical to the rule of law because it presumes that the victim has a default presumption of belief and that we are discarding the presumption of innocence. If those students, and we know that the Ivies are feeders particularly to the federal judiciary, if they do not abandon their belief in Believe Survivors in the cases of alleged sexual assault, how is that going to affect their ability to adjudicate cases fairly? And secondly, with the DEI pressure and the attack on meritocracy, can you explain why it matters to have a federal judiciary and a state judiciary that is the best possible legal thinkers? What does it matter that our jurisprudence is evolved and explained and defended by our top minds rather than minds who are chosen on the basis of race and gender and not on their capacity as legal thinkers?
Well, okay. Well, those are really deep questions. Let me take the second one first. It really is maybe goes back to something I said before, which is that let me step back for a moment. So one of the key aspects of any industrial system, any modern industrial economy, is to have independent banks and independent judiciaries. And that's the reason for that is those are crucial to wealth creation. And so let me just speak about that. We mostly talk about rights and things of that sort. One of the reasons we have independent judiciary and really people who make the good judges is actually to adjudicate commercial disputes. And so the greater the certainty, the greater that the arguments, the best arguments are going to be accepted, the better our commerce is going to work. That's one reason why we should be so interested in this. And moreover, the facts of the world might be even more necessary now because the world is so fast changing, the technology changes so many things. It's hard often for law to keep up and to think about how to translate which was always what lawyers in some sense are doing, are translating our past rules, to facts that really could not have been completely understood at their time. How do they do that translation is absolutely crucial, and it's even harder today because of this technological acceleration that we're undergoing. And so to get that right makes a lot of difference to us. It makes a lot of difference to our wealth as a nation. So that's be one answer I would give, putting on my sort of law and economics hat for a moment. I mean, I completely agree with you, Heather, that the belief the survivors is antithetical to the rule of law. I think, of course, a lot that was going on there was politics, pure and simple. I'm not at all clear that we would have seen the same belief in survivors if this had been a left-wing judge being nominated. I mean, we didn't quite always see that with respect to President Clinton, for instance. So I think a lot of politics is going on there, and this goes back to the worry that people at law schools, and I fear also some conservatives, are just looking at law as politics all the way down. And that, I think, has a particularly corrosive effect on the judiciary. And I see this in judicial clerks. So at a place like Yale, for instance, there are two different pipelines for judicial clerks now. There's the faculty, who are a pipeline for judicial clerks for liberal judges and justices. And there's the Federalist Society students, who are because the faculty, the judges don't trust the faculty to give unbiased perspectives on their students. And that, I think, is also quite destructive. And I think we can see perhaps the beginnings of a world in which I think I said, but before a neutral adjudicator, and I don't want to be naive that judges have their own political views, but there has been an ideal, I think, that judges are really very different from politicians. And that kind of division into who even can clerk for one kind of judge or another, I think, is eroding that belief. And I think law schools, as I've suggested, are in some ways responsible for that. So that's yet another way that our law schools today are corroding the legal system, because I think it's very important that we not have people thought of as to quote the Chief Justice, Republican judges or Democratic judges.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Hi, I'm sorry I'm not wearing my name tag, but Christine Emba from the Washington Post. I'm also a later panelist. I'm not just a journalist here. I know it's terrible when people do this, but a comment and then a question. You mentioned Amy Wax, Professor McGinnis, and I do think that it's worth noting exactly what some of these professors have said and how they're, I suppose, what you describe as heterodox opinions, what impact that actually has on students. So Amy Wax was disciplined not just for, talking about race in class. She said publicly that America would be better off with fewer Asians. She said that blacks are grasping and ungrateful for first world societies, and that she had, as you pointed out, never seen a black student in the top percentiles of her law school. The dean of Penn Law School said that that was patently false after she said it. I think one might wonder whether not she's being censored for her statements, but simply whether black or Asian or other students would feel comfortable taking her classes, would feel secure that they were being fairly graded, would actually be able to learn from her. I think that's worth considering in these debates. But my real question was actually just about the concept of meritocracy, and I'd love to hear from both respondents on this. There's much conversation about how law schools need to choose the best students based on LSAT scores, et cetera. But if you think about the role of lawyers in a judiciary in a pluralistic modern society, is not part of their use being able to understand multiple groups of people, to have a sense of what our society looks like, to have different perspectives that are based not just in their ability to sort of manipulate sentences in the LSAT, but also bring something of themselves, something of their knowledge of society to the table. Do you think that law schools are doing well enough in that regard? Are there other ways of measuring merit than just scores or grades?
Thank you.
Well, let me first respond to your comment. So remember what the Amy Wax matter is very complicated, and I only spoke about a very small portion of that to illustrate, and I want to disagree with you. I didn't use her views about how different groups did in classes. I mean, that would be anecdotal. I quote it from a study in the Stanford Law Review. I wanted to focus on some of the allegations, which I thought really illustrated a point that I think is important to make, which is that scholarly standards can disappear. The claims that Enoch Powell was a racist were not substantiated. That was the perspective of Tillman. He didn't even make an argument to that effect, the dean. And he certainly made no argument about the interview that she showed in class. And it seems very troubling to me that someone would even consider about showing an interview of anyone in class as a reason for dismissing her. So the facts of these are complicated, but my perspective here is to focus on these particular charges that I think show something more general about the relation of scholarship. So your question about meritocracy, and so my position on that is that there are going to be people of all races, of all genders, who are going to be very good students, who can be admitted without preferences, and we should consider such people. The difficulty is that once you decide that people are going to come to a class with different standards that predict their performance as an academic matter are going to be different, that's going to create a lot of tensions and some of the problems that I've indicated, even that go to the nature of bias in law school. So I'm much more optimistic, perhaps, that without preferences, we are going to have people of different views. And of course, it's not only that people have different views because of their race or their gender. People of the same race and gender have a whole variety of different views, and they come from a whole variety of different kinds of economic circumstances. I think sometimes I worry that by defining difference in terms of just a very few categories, we're actually distorting the real differences that people bring as individuals to the classroom. So that's another concern that I have with tempering with at least the kind of preferences that are practiced by some of our elite institutions. That they create a category that actually does not capture all the different kinds of experience.
Thanks. Sunil.
Hi, so my question is for Professor McGinnis. So I think you mentioned at least twice that affirmative action or like racial preferences and admissions for law schools, journal editors, and undergraduate programs will have left-leaning preference due to just like the higher number of like minorities, women, and other genders being admitted. But I don't think it follows from the fact that more minorities and that kind of like people who are being affirmatively admitted will cause a left-leaning preference, unless you think it's true that these people hold more left-leaning preferences. But I don't think that that statement would be true unless you think that all people hold that. All the minorities that are being admitted would hold that view. I don't think that's true.
Well, I think just statistically, you would think that, actually. I mean, again, it's for a variety of historical reasons, and it's quite fine. Different ethnic groups hold different political views on average, and if you favor one group over another, you're going to change this. And indeed, that's the conclusion. That's not my conclusion. That's the conclusion of this study on faculty hiring. Faculty hiring, they say, is moving to the left. And one of the reasons it's moving to the left is the great emphasis put on race and gender hiring. And the reason is that on average, the minorities have even more left-wing views than the already left-wing views of the people in the academy. So I think I'm just saying something that's statistically true. It, of course, is true, again, that there are people of different views of all sorts. And one other concern I have about affirmative action is to characterize people as having views, right? In other words, we shouldn't think that people are defined by their race and ethnicity as having certain views, but statistically, we can look statistically, and if we give preferences to certain groups, we're going to get more of a certain kind of ideology. That just follows, I think, statistically. As I say, it's not my conclusion. It's the conclusion of the most important recent study on faculty hiring.
All right, thanks. Okay, last question, Mike.
Hi, I'm Mike. I'm an undergraduate at ASU. My question is for Professor McGinnis, and you talked a lot about like the getting rid of affirmative action and how it would benefit like the universities and such. And I don't want to necessarily argue against that, but my question is, do you think the problems that inspired affirmative action still exist? And if so, do you have any type of solution instead of affirmative action that you think would be better?
Oh, I certainly think we should all be concerned about how to improve the lot of people in society, and certainly the least fortunate among us. So if this were a policy discussion, I could give a list of things that I think would be important. Sadly, of course, one problem, I think this might even have some general agreement, is that by the time people are admitted to law school, they already have had a lot of education, and so it's hard to change their, radically improve their writing at law school, for instance. So a big focus of mine would be K through 12 education, and I tend to think that we need more competition in K through 12 education so as to get people to the best they can be, because then we'll have, for a variety of reasons. One, that will give a diversity of approaches, and that's good because we don't know exactly, again, going back to the certainty point, exactly what is the best approach for a lot of education. Particularly, we don't know what's the best approach for particular people, because surely some people learn better in one way than another way. And moreover, with competition, just as competition happens in the market, places that perform better are going to attract more students, and places that perform worse are going to attract fewer students. And so that kind of dynamic is also helpful. So if I were to focus on one thing to try to improve the education and make affirmative action even less necessary in the eyes of those who think it necessary, it would be a relentless focus on competition. And the other thing I think I would certainly be willing, if you create a competitive structure, I think we should think about distributing more money to people with children. One of the things I think is a scandal is that how much of our distribution in society goes to old people like me. I will soon be collecting Social Security, and there is no reason that I should be given Social Security. And that is a real problem that we have, and one reason is younger people don't vote enough, but that kind of distributional demography is one of our real problems. And so one thing would be credits for people with children, trying to make sure that money gets to be used to children. That also, I think, would be a good way of addressing these things. At the time of affirmative action, it's very actually hard to change someone's mindset with which they approach the world once they come at 23 or 24 to law school. Much better to intervene earlier, and those are a few of my suggestions, at least.
All right, thank you so much, Professor McGinnis and Professor Redstone, for joining us this morning. Please help me thank our distinguished panelists.
Welcome back to our second panel for this conference on ideological conformity on campus and in American society. We have a terrific lineup for you in the second panel as well. I'm delighted to be introducing the panel moderator, Henry Olson, who this semester is the Thomas W. Smith Distinguished Visiting Scholar in our school, the School of Civic and Economic Thought and Leadership here at Arizona State University. He's teaching a course in American leadership for us this semester. Henry is a senior fellow at the Ethics and Public Policy Center in Washington, D.C. He studies and provides commentary on American politics. His work focuses on how America's political order is being disrupted by populist challenges from the left and the right. He also studies populism's impact in other democracies in the developed world. Henry is an opinion columnist for the Washington Post. He writes daily pieces focusing on politics, populism, foreign affairs, and American conservative thought. He's the author of books including The Working Class Republican, Ronald Reagan, and the Return of Blue-Collar Conservatism, and The Four Faces of the Republican Party, co-authored with Dante Scala. Mr. Olson earned his JD at the University of Chicago Law School, and he clerked on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit. So for this conference, or this panel on Is Ideological Conformity an Existential Threat to the Academic Purpose of the University, please join me in welcoming Henry Olson. Thank you, Henry.
Thank you for that kind introduction, Paul, and welcome to the fireworks, because this is the panel where we're going to try and not only address the question of does such a conformity exist, but what is it? What does it consist of? What does it not consist of? And what does, if it exists, try to suppress, and in what ways? So we are also going to be taking a look at this from the viewpoint of the academic institution itself, qua its scholars, qua its researchers, but also the impact of it on the students, because it can be very different, that an orthodoxy could have a different stifling effect on those who try to come up with new ideas or speak and provide evidence on behalf of tried and true older ideas than as students who may or may not be actively engaged in this sort of pursuit, given the purpose for which they went to university. Fortunately, we have a superb panel to discuss these and explore these issues with us. Daniel Cullen is professor of philosophy at Rhodes College, where he teaches political philosophy and the humanities. He is a senior fellow for constitutional studies at the Jack Miller Center for Teaching America's Founding Principles and History. His writings explore such things as the political philosophy of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, the meaning of liberal education and civic education, and campus free expression. He is joined by Wilfred Riley, an associate professor of political science at Kentucky State University, and the author of books such as Taboo, 10 Facts You Can't Talk About, and Hate Crime Hoax. He has published pieces in Commentary, Quillette, and a host of other journals and magazines. Riley's research includes international relations and the prevention of war, and the use of modern quantitative methods to test such sacred cow theories as the existence of white privilege. And Jackie Professor Merrill is director of the Campus Free Expression Project at the Bipartisan Policy Center. Her career in the liberal arts has taken her to such diverse institutions as St. John's College in Annapolis, known for its great books curriculum, the American University of Iraq, Suleimani, and the American Academy for Liberal Education, a niche accreditor of programs and schools with a liberal arts mission. So we'll be starting with Professor Cullen.
Thank you, Henry. It's great to be back at SCETL. I've always thought of it as an intellectual oasis, and it's even in the desert. Once again, its swag is next level. So thank you for that, especially Paul. The first panel was impressive in all kinds of ways, but there were two words I really wanted to hear. Spoiler alert. So you find yourself in the perhaps miserable condition of everything having been said, everything has been said, but not everybody has said it. A number of years ago, the eminent literary critic Roger Shattuck happened to be visiting Rhodes College, and he spoke in one of my courses, and he said something memorable about how he thought class discussions ought to go. He said, first, pose the question, answer the question the answer, question the question. I don't mean to ignore step 2, but I want to move to step 4 for a bit, because we've been given a lapel-grabbing question, 3 of them actually, and there are some nuances. Let me also say I'm resolved to make the most superficial presentation on this panel, not just to lower expectations, although you should take a moment to do that, but because I think attending to what's on the surface of these questions will help us get to the heart of the matter. So question 1, is ideological conformity an existential threat to the academic purpose of the university? Notice it may not be the only purpose. What is the ideology to which we are conforming? I'll come back to that in a while. And an existential threat, it suggests we need to be at DEFCON 1 or Al Gore level of shouting. Is the threat that severe? We'll see. Question 2, assuming that there is widespread censorship on campus, and due to this and other reasons, important views that are not expressed, does this undermine the essential purpose of the university to pursue, create, and disseminate knowledge? Notice the academic purpose is the essential purpose, and it's well described in terms of knowledge seeking, but we're reminded again that it might not be the exclusive purpose of the university. Notice too that ideological conformity is assumed to involve widespread censorship. But the thing about conformity is that typically it needn't be required. Back in the 1950s, the psychologist Solomon Asch discovered that conformity was our default setting. We prefer to conform. We're not naturally independent-minded. We want to be agreeable. So ideological conformity may exert itself in subtler but no less consequential ways, and the censorship to worry about may be predominantly self-censorship. And finally, question 3, or, so bracket everything so far, or is the requirement for ideological conformity perhaps confined to such a narrow area of topics that the core academic essential mission of the university is not imperiled? So maybe not an existential threat, but only a localized threat. Question 3 is looking at you, the humanities, I think. Maybe the humanities and social sciences. I'll just observe for now that that localized possibility, quarantining the problem, would be interestingly at odds with the original meaning of the very term university, a whole, an entirety, a community that, however specialized and divided in structure, presupposes an essential unity. Does that university still exist? So I want to return now to step 2 and try and answer. But instead of ideological conformity, I'll refer to a term you've already heard this morning, campus orthodoxy. And I'll argue that it does threaten the academic purpose of the university by emphasizing other ones. Let's be mindful, though, that the first universities were very much orthodox enterprises. The medieval University of Paris united theology and philosophy for the purpose of clarifying orthodoxy, confident that although the divinely revealed truth exceeded the mind's natural capacity to grasp it, it did not run counter to it. Orthodoxy, then, had nothing to fear from rigorous scrutiny, provided that the inquiry was competent. So perhaps there's no essential incompatibility between orthodoxy and knowledge seeking, and they might be able to travel some distance together. But everything comprehended in the motto of faith and reason hinges on a confidence in reason and on standards of inquiry. I don't think that confidence obtains today. And that may be why the universities seem to be losing the culture of argument. I'm generalizing and thus exaggerating, but in my favor, it's telling, I think, that the indispensable Onion noticed the phenomenon of emergent orthodoxy way back in 2015 with the headline, "College Encourages Lively Exchange of Idea." Quoting the president of fictional Trescott University as follows, "Whether it's a discussion of a national issue, a national political issue, or a concern here on campus, an open forum in which one argument is uniformly reinforced is crucial for maintaining the exceptional learning environment we have cultivated here." This reference to learning environment brings me to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Initiative that dominates higher education and which presents itself not as a belief system, but a tripartite strategy to promote student learning, a goal, I think, opposed by no one. While not an ideology per se, I think DEI now functions as an orthodoxy, occasionally even requiring professions of faith, as you heard earlier. Committed to disrupting entrenched patterns of discrimination, it seeks to reshape universities by, among other things, redrawing the boundaries of free expression in light of the imperatives of inclusion, to which has been added recently belonging. The extent of this transformation can be grasped or measured by recalling the Calvin Report from 1967, the ancestor of the more recent Chicago Principles on Free Expression. Addressing the question of the university's role in political and social action, the report adverted confidently to the mission of the university as the discovery, improvement, and dissemination of knowledge. I quote, "A university faithful to its mission will provide enduring challenges to social values, policies, practices, and institutions. By design and by effect, it is the institution which creates discontent with the existing social arrangements and proposes new ones. In brief, a good university, like Socrates, will be upsetting." It continues, "To perform its mission, a university must sustain an extraordinary environment of freedom of inquiry and maintain an independence from political fashion, passions, and pressures. A university, if it is to be true to its faith and intellectual inquiry, must embrace, be hospitable to, and encourage the widest diversity of views within its own community. It is a community, but only for the limited, albeit great, purposes of teaching and research." That's the end of the quote. I emphasize that last proposition. A university is a community only for these limited and distinctive purposes, because the rhetoric of DEI now promotes community or inclusion for its own sake, especially when the dignitary safety of students is deemed threatened by the intellectual risk-taking inevitable with a culture of free inquiry. Inclusion became imperative when it was realized that diversity was not enough, that admission to the university did not guarantee that all social identities feel welcome, respected, and valued. Now, most of us, I'd say all of us, in higher education decry the discrimination of the past, and endorse the effort to be more inclusive in recruiting students and faculty. And it's true that admission alone does not guarantee being welcomed into full membership. But membership in what? I think we have lost sight of the question and the answer given in the Calvin report. Inclusion in a limited, knowledge-seeking community wherein one's identity confers no epistemic or moral authority and no veto over academic inquiry when it bears in some way on that identity and causes offense. Surely, equal citizenship in the social and civic spheres includes the freedom to express our identities. But we don't come to the university to express ourselves fundamentally. It's a crucial assumption, I think, of academic life that our beliefs are separable from our identities. And the trouble comes when protecting students' dignitary safety, as it's called today, requires deplatforming ideas and speakers who allegedly imperil inclusion. Thus spoke the protesters who drove Charles Murray from the Middlebury campus. So yes, there is a new mindset that threatens the essential academic purpose. It's an unconventional orthodoxy because orthodoxy typically represents a deeply rooted tradition. The new orthodoxy aspires to replace rather than preserve an existing social consensus. Its commitments, I think, are more political and therapeutic than epistemic. Its intentions are high-minded, but its efforts to disrupt entrenched patterns of exclusion are ironic because its modus operandi seems to be exclusion. It unifies by the threat of ostracism, the harshest penalty for young people. No wonder students, at least this has been my experience, are almost obsessive about avoiding giving offense. The conflation of intellectual criticism with attacks on one's identity is motivated, as I say, by an understandable and humane concern to alleviate the unequal burdens created by protected speech on campus. But that compassionate inclusivity, as it's sometimes called, makes the offended the arbiter of what may and may not be discussed there. Academic freedom is not free speech in the academic realm. But isn't it an odd preparation for civic life to shield students from the ideas circulating in society and demand less resilience of them than we expect of ordinary citizens? I think there's a more appealing form of inclusion implicit in the idea that reasoned argument may require bracketing one's identity. In this conception, equal membership in that limited knowledge-seeking community is predicated on how we think rather than what we are. And aren't we most ourselves when we're thinking? Thank you.
All right. Do you mind if I use the podium?
No, not at all. Go ahead and use the podium, Wilfred.
Very much consistent with what my colleague said about lowering expectations. I'm not going to do anything too dramatic up here. I want to note I just got tired of sitting down. So, and I encourage you guys, feel free to move around during my talk, do jumping jacks or something if you feel the urge. But so obviously I am, as I was introduced, Wilfred Riley. I'm an associate professor of politics at Kentucky State University, and I'm the author of the books Hate, Crime, Hoax, and Taboo. And it's good to be here. I didn't really know how formal we were going to be at the event, so I did, in essence, what I usually do. I don't have a slide rack with me, but I prepped a short written speech using notes, and we'll make that into an article for the proceedings later. And obviously, this panel's topic, brilliantly introed by Daniel just now, is whether ideological conformity, sort of lockstep woke marching, is an existential, I believe the wording was, threat to the American academic enterprise. And my take on this, I think, is mildly heterodox. So I do think the threat is an existential one. But if we're being fair or being scientific, it's not really accurate to say that there's an ideological monoculture or total ideological conformity in modern academia. The problem is more that the large majority of human ideas are considered beyond the pale. So, for example, when the web resource EconLib reviewed and printed some slightly older data on this about 7 years back, 18% of American social scientists considered themselves to be Marxists or communists. To put that in perspective, by the way, about half of 1% of all Americans would describe themselves as communists. So that is a rather remarkable finding in and of itself. But 21% considered themselves to be liberal activists, and 24% were radicals of various stripes. And those are all actually quite different things. But it is striking that less than 5%, well under that figure, in fact, as I recall, of our social scientists seem to be strong conservatives of any kind. And pretty much the same thing is true to a remarkable extent across quote-unquote American discourse. The same is true for the national mass media, for example, at least circa 2004 and then 2011, and according to Pew Research. So there are all sorts of different leftists, liberals, mostly left-leaning moderates, and so on within the National Press Corps, but only 7% of national media reporters slant to the right, including libertarians, and 93% thus obviously go in the other direction. So I don't necessarily think there's one shared ideology that makes up the American university. I think the issue is more that almost everyone is on what most of us would consider the fringe left of US politics. And as a political scientist, I find this pretty remarkable, interesting, worthy of study. There's some fascinating books on how exactly this happened. But while we can debate exactly how to define or describe it, this level of slant within any arena clearly does have important practical effects. And I would argue that it does threaten the core mission of the university if we assume that that is, in an era when faculty members and students are consigned into the single division of academic affairs, if we still assume that that is the old-fashioned goal of pursuing knowledge, finding new, real things. So Robert Moranto of the University of Arkansas, who in the interest of full disclosure is one of the co-authors on a paper that I'm writing right now, great guy, but he and James Paul of, I believe, AEI, the American Enterprise Institute, just looked at new academic job postings and found that about a fifth of all of them require a written commitment to diversity and quote-unquote equity. And I think Bob's being a little generous here. That's the figure across all academic jobs, with STEM and so forth thrown in. Don't want to misquote him here, but this was more than 10% of positions in fields like physics and chemistry. I'm not exactly sure what they're committing to over there. And this is the figure across all colleges and universities. I've seen estimates of up to 65% for specifically the social sciences and the humanities in the better American universities, and I tend to believe them. It's also worth noting, although I'm sure that every member of this audience already knows this, that equity is obviously not a synonym for equality, which is what I think in lay discourse it's generally presented as. In practice, what equity means is proportional representation across all racial, gender, etc. gaps, regardless of performance. So, I mean, we're currently seeing, as I understand, other panelists throughout the day are going to go through some of these, but I mean, we're currently seeing things like major secondary school systems cutting all of the honors classes because people of various racial backgrounds are not equally represented across them. TJ, quote unquote, Thomas Jefferson Secondary in Washington, D.C., the nation's consensus best high school, recently moved to full-on lottery admissions among, as I understand, all students above a certain test score bracket in the region to avoid claims of racism. Too many Asian students were gaining entry. Apparently, it feels awkward even saying this sentence, but the problem wasn't whites this time. University systems, the UCs in California have, as I understand, eliminated the SATs as a tool of analysis for the student body for pretty much this same reason. They're basically looking at GPAs, things like community service, so on down the line. We're now seeing in urban Kentucky, where I live, a move away from grading, because apparently it's hard to have any sort of competitive metric without some people outperforming others. So the entire idea of full equity comes directly out of the Ibram Kendi playbook. The essential idea is that any gaps in performance between large groups must be due to some form of subtle racism or other bigotry. And if you don't think so, then you are a bigot who must believe in, for example, genetic inferiority instead. I won't give my usual dinner speech today. You guys are a far cooler audience that deserves a new one. But we'll take a second to say that that is complete nonsense. Literally dozens of cultural, regional, systemic, quote unquote, stochastic, historical, and so forth variables can explain most of these gaps. At least at the mode, the average, the most common age for a black man is 27, for a white man it's 58. So there are dozens of reasons why people differ from each other across a whole range of what I would normally call dependent variables. But anyhow, the statements that are required to become an academic at many or most schools simply are as they are. And even beyond them, some sorts of knowledge today seem to be totally off limits. Even saying things that are uncontroversially true can be dangerous. While this is a secondary school case, within the past couple of weeks, a teacher at a highly ranked Canadian institution was just fired for saying that the country's residential schools did not, in fact, mysteriously kill hundreds of children. There used to be an entire canceled people database. This was an actual website. It was www.canceledpeople.com. that was composed entirely of similar situations from academia and the prep school world. Interestingly enough, while sitting and prepping for my speech today, I discovered that this site has been resurrected as canceledpeople.org. And it's actually worth reading through a couple of the things that were considered so taboo that careers had to end. So I'm gonna do 2 or 3 of these. Rima Azar, full professor at Mount Allison University. Azar maintained a personal blog that was critical of several tenets of critical race theory. In one post, she said, NB is not racist, her province. Canada is not racist. We do not have systemic racism or systemic discrimination. We just have systemic naivete and stupidity. Following several student complaints, Azar was suspended without pay. Then they add somewhat gratuitously, result suspended without pay. Scroll through a couple of these. Howard Boucher, I'm actually familiar with this case. Journal of American Medicine, or JAMA. Come on here, I want to scroll through a whole bunch of these. Sorry, had to Had to recover here. All right. During a podcast episode produced on the JAMA network, Deputy Editor Ed Livingston, so not this guy, said that structural racism is not a problem in medicine. Boucher apparently nodded along. The remarks resulted in backlash, with a group of doctors initiating a petition asking for Boucher to be held accountable. Boucher was put on leave pending the result of an investigation. As I understand, the investigation just ended. He hasn't been restored to his position. Rohini Jana Sethi, University of Houston student body vice president. This may be the last one. Sethi posted, "Forget Black Lives Matter. Man, it's more like all lives matter," on her Facebook account following the shooting deaths of 5 police officers during a BLM protest in her city of Dallas. The post generated outrage and sparked calls for her resignation. Sethi refused to resign and hoped instead to create the possibility of a culture on this campus rooted in open discussion. However, the administration suspended her for 50 days. It's worth noting that, with one exception, none of these people are Caucasian, by the way. And the final one I'll go with, Eliza Parrott, Lake Washington Institute of Technology, good small technical college, professor. During a racially segregated diversity training session required by her employer, which itself borders on the hilarious, Parrott read a statement critical of what she called capital A anti-racist pedagogy. Following her statement, Parrott was put on paid administrative leave for unspecified allegations of a serious offense, which were apparently never clarified. The school also launched a 9-month formal investigation into Parrott's behavior. So put on leave, investigated, reprimanded. It doesn't look like she ever returned to her position either. So the basic idea that saying things that aren't all that controversial, that may even just be openly accepted as true in the quote-unquote normal world, can be dangerous in the academic one, seems to just be objectively real. And I think more broadly still, it was an open secret, at least until, if I recall correctly, Nature just said it last year, that most major academic journals refuse to publish quote-unquote hereditarian or even culturalist, many culturalist, explanations for phenomena like group gaps in IQ scoring. There's a bunch of this kind of thing, if not quite to the same extent, throughout most of the fields that I work in. So for decades, quote-unquote woke American academics believed that authoritarianism, the need for a strong daddy figure to follow, was an almost exclusively conservative trait. The idea dates back at least to radical scholar Theodor Adorno's The Authoritarian Personality, and dozens of studies have quote-unquote confirmed it over the years. However, in 2021, dissident Emory U PhD student Thomas, T.H., Costello, noticed something high IQ, but frankly pretty obvious. All of the tools used to measure authoritarianism were designed from the left and focused on social problems that a right-winger would be more likely to oppose. So a survey question, and it looks like we're going to have to wrap this up, but a survey question might ask, how important do you feel it is that American society harshly control communists? And Costello realized that scholars could as easily pose identical questions from the other direction, asking about the need to crack down on insurrectionists or anti-maskers or something like that. And his published article, which contained a left-wing authoritarianism scale, which is obviously more complex than what I'm describing here, but based on similar principles, just ran in a major journal. It's called the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology. We now know that left-wing authoritarianism may be the most common form of authoritarianism. This seems to simply be a human vice, the desire for a leader to follow. There are a couple more examples I give here, racial resentment, but to wrap this up, apologies to the gentleman at the front table. All of this is consistent with what's called the attitudinal model in political science, which argues that humans are unfortunately predictable hairless apes. About 90% of the decisions, it's 92%, I think in the latest version of the book, Siegel and Spaeth, of the decisions of quote-unquote solo leaders like judges and indeed professors what to research, for example, can be predicted if you know their political and ideological priors. So in other words, of course it matters if everyone not agrees all of the time, but hates and rejects all of the same bad guys. And it does matter existentially. I guess one final line, if the university continues down this path, it runs the greatest risk of all. It could simply cease to matter. Alternatives arise, nonsense is produced, no one pays attention to it anymore. Let's avoid that.
Jackie.
Well, thank you, and I want to say thank you. Join my thanks to the others on the panel for the invitation from Paul Carice and SCETL to be here, and Janelle and Marlene, who are doing so much to put together the event. Henry, Will, Dan, it's a pleasure to be on this panel with you, and they've done so much of the hard work. I also have to lower the expectations here once again. And I want to mention that one of the great pleasures of my career at being at the Bipartisan Policy Center was to be the lead staff member to the Academic Leaders Task Force that produced a report looking at some of these issues, and Dan was one of the 12 people in the task force. So it's a great pleasure to be here with him today. A few of us yesterday had a chance to hear from Ilana Redstone, Professor Redstone, who was a commentator in the first panel, and she talked about the erosion of trust in institutions, and in particular in higher education. And the concern about intellectual conformity and that colleges are no longer true homes to open inquiry is certainly part of that erosion of trust. So Tim Tixon, his research group found 80% of Americans say that political correctness has gone too far. And that was in general, but looking at the additional comments that people added, it's clear they were thinking about higher education. Even 17% of independents and independent-leaning, or of liberals and independent-leaning, or Democrats, independent-leaning, Democratic-leaning independents say that professors use their classrooms for intellectual indoctrination. So there's a concern among the public about this intellectual conformity that we've seen described already on the panel and in the first panel. And we can't really respond to those concerns about higher education or respond to the charge that we've given in the panel. Is the purpose of the university imperiled by ideological conformity resulting in censorship and self-censorship without considering the purpose, really, of higher education and being willing to address that more in a very specific way? So as others have said, and Dan especially, universities are institutions with a radical purpose. They are Socratic institutions at their root, to be places where acting in community with others, not just as a hermit in a cave, we pursue knowledge. And that purpose assumes that there is knowledge to be had about ourselves, about the human condition, and about the cosmos that is not immediately evident to the senses, and that having specially created institutions will help uncover that knowledge. That purpose, to pursue knowledge, is not carried out alike by everyone on campus, and most obviously undergraduates and faculty scholars pursue knowledge differently. I'm going to focus most of my remarks on undergraduate education, and especially undergraduate educations at schools that purport to have a liberal arts mission. And the reason I have that focus is that I think the corruption of purpose caused by ideological conformity in scholarship is better understood because there's fuller agreement about what's imperiled, namely the advance of scholarly knowledge. There are few people who are researchers or scholars, but there's widely shared notions that the scholarship is to expand the frontiers of knowledge, and that is, as is true in any frontier space, a certain boldness, risk-taking, and willingness to entertain very unexpected possibilities is inherent to the activity, and that limiting explorations could be harmful. Though I think that we all sort of agree on this, I think the examples that Will has just shared with us, as well as many of the examples that Professor McGinnis shared with us, showed that although we might think this is a problem, in fact, it does happen all the time. However, I think we understand that corruption for scholarship because we're more agree on the purpose. But the corruption of purpose caused by ideological conformity in undergraduate education is less well understood because there's less agreement about the purpose of undergraduate education, and in particular of liberal arts education. One answer that I'm especially worried about this given is that it's to equip young people to enter the workforce and to be productive members of the community. And of course, that's one important purpose of higher education, very broadly understood. If you go to school to be a dental technician, you go to school for a workplace purpose. But we increasingly see that used as a justification for liberal arts education with books that sold many copies like George Anders. You can do anything with a liberal arts education purporting to describe the purpose of liberal arts education to be able to prepare people for the workforce. Another view of the purpose of undergraduate liberal arts education is sometimes said now to be to advance social justice. And I'm just quoting from one university's mission statement, but I could have picked many. The mission of the university is to, quote, promote mutual understanding, inclusion, social consciousness, and action towards social justice. Mutual understanding being, I think, a very low bar than knowledge, as we most fully understand it. If undergraduate education is for workplace preparation, being habituated to not bring up certain social or political topics or certain views that are viewed as beyond the pale might clear the way to focus for professional and technical preparation. And at a time when Emily Eakins at the Cato Institute found that 1/3 of people, and even more among young people, found that there might be job consequences, a loss of prospects for promotion or advancement, even risking their just employment altogether if people's political views were known in the workplace, learning to conform or not to express views outside the pale, at least in outward expression, might be useful socialization to workplace norms. If undergraduate education also prepares students to advance social justice, limiting the place of those views that are considered outside of campus orthodoxies might also seem quite reasonable. So one of the things, and I know I see Jenna right in front of me, she's on panel 6 along with others tomorrow, but what is to be done? One of the things that I think is really important for us to do in resisting this ideological conformity is really specific about what we think the purposes are of education and how exactly that they are corrupted by the ideological conformity that's been already so well described today. Now, I'm going to offer just one very modest alternative, and I think it's necessarily the only way of describing the purpose of liberal arts undergraduate education that shows the true threat to ideological conformity, but I think we should feel called on to try to be as specific as possible so that we can clearly answer the threat that ideological conformity poses to us today. So this might be a laugh line. I think that one way of describing the purpose of undergraduate liberal arts education is to prepare students to be good conversationalists. And I think if I'm thinking about having to make this argument to a House or Senate higher education committee that's considering what the budget should be for the campus, or if I'm thinking about a parent who's worried about a boomerang child coming home after 4 years and $250,000 of tuition, maybe being a conversationalist is not the best pitch. But I, of course, when I'm thinking about that, I have in mind the account of higher education and undergraduate liberal education that's offered by Michael Oakeshott. Michael Oakeshott, in his very many essays, describes the languages through which human experience may be understood. They're not languages in the ordinary sense that we say English is a different language from French, and not when he talks about conversations in these languages, not every oral or verbal exchange is a conversation in the sense that he means. What Oakeshott means is a language of understanding. A language of understanding is a mode of explaining human experiences, of being a human being, what it means to be human, or what is the significance of the natural world. These languages of understanding include the language of natural science, of mathematics, of history, of philosophy, of poetry, and others. Each language of understanding is distinct and separate from the others. There are different modes of coming to interpret the human experience and to interpret the cosmos. Languages include characteristics kinds of questions and standards for what counts as credible answers to those questions. Credible answers might very well be in disagreement with one another. For example, people talking in a language of natural philosophy might well disagree on why do things fall. One person might say it's heaviness, and another person might say it's gravity, but each can recognize that the reasons are credible to natural science and the language of understanding that is natural science. These conversations in Oakeshott's language of understanding are continuous explorations carried out by those who converse in those languages. They're always incomplete. There's always something more to be said, and each is distinct from the others. Each has its own literature, which conveys which languages have been what conversations in that language have been carried out and remain important references for ongoing conversations. So the language of history will include Thucydides and Toynbee. The language of mathematics will include Euclid and Dedekind. The language of natural science will include Heraclitus and Einstein. So if one is going to be speaking in these languages, one can see how important it is to preserve the kind of texts that we have seen as important in the past. And efforts to revise the curriculum will be, and to exclude certain kinds of texts will be challenging on this view. Oakeshott said that learning one of these languages is at the core of liberal education. And I'm just quoting from one of his many essays, in this one, in the Place of Politics University. What a university has to offer is not information, but practice and thinking. And not practice and thinking in no matter in particular, but in a specific manner, each capable of reaching its own characteristic kind of conclusions. And what undergraduates may get at a university and nowhere else among such favorable circumstances is some understanding what it is to think historically, mathematically, scientifically, philosophically, and some understanding of these as not as subjects, but as living languages, and of those who explore and speak them as being engaged in explanatory enterprises of different sorts. So a history major, and my son's about to set off to college to be a history major, learns what it means to think historically by becoming fluent in the kinds of questions and characteristic answers offered by those who are historians. Achieving some level of fluency in one language would take an entire undergraduate career, which is why Oakeshott always emphasizes that students are going to learn one particular discipline. So if one, for his a place of learning in the centennial of Colorado College, he's talking, you're going to learn one thing. So, a history major is going to learn to recognize when others speaking different languages, just as I can recognize that someone's, speaking Spanish without being fluent in it. Or a history major can recognize when he thinks someone is speaking scientifically or philosophically or poetically and know that they have an understanding when it's not. Last thing, Oakeshott's languages of understanding illuminate why ideological conformity is so threatening to the purpose of a university, or at least gives one account. If there are different languages of understanding, and that each language, whether of history or philosophy or natural science or poetry, carries ongoing conversations that extend from the past into the future, then that purpose would be threatened by ideological conformity, which rests on a kind of completeness, or as Professor Redstone said, a kind of certainty in understanding that should not be challenged. And just a last note, Oakeshott always describes conversations, or frequently describes them as adventures, or even unrehearsed intellectual adventures. There's no adventure that can be carried out under conditions of restraint. That takes away the adventure. And that suggests why it is that this kind of conformity is so threatening to that experience.
Well, thank you very much, Jackie. We're now going to move to a few minutes of moderated discussion that I'm going to throw some questions out that were inspired by your presentations. And one thing that comes to mind from all of the questions is, all of your presentations, is the question of, is this a battle of orthodoxy versus inquiry, or is this a battle between orthodoxies? Which is to say, is liberal arts education itself in orthodoxy that is threatened by the new as DEI-centered focus? Or is it different than that? And if so, what would be the value? Are we really talking about a battle of values and a battle of arguments about the relation of man to in existence, as opposed to a fight for freedom against inorthodoxy?
Anyone want to go first?
Henry, I think I'd respond this way, that first of all, liberal arts education is a tiny part of what we refer to as higher education, right? I think I read 1% recently. I never thought I'd be part of the 1%, but there I am. And that matters. And that indicates that there are all kinds of flavors of colleges and universities out there, and it's one of the glories, I think, of American higher education, that it's so pluralistic. And I had something like that in mind earlier when I said I wouldn't assume that orthodoxy is simply incompatible with education or with learning. But as George Will likes to say, the four most important words in our political language are up to a point. And there is a point at which the tension does become a problem. So one might say, look, universities and colleges have always had moral purposes. They were just saturated with moral education. The shaping of character is part of the ideal of education. You can find it everywhere. Isn't what we are describing today just another iteration of the moral formation that has gone on ever since there have been universities? You know, I think that might be the best argument for the perspective that we're summarizing as DEI. But I think it remains true that if an educational institution is really going to be true to its entire purpose, it can't at some point compromise on the intellectual values. And there are different levels of seriousness of the antagonism between moral formation and intellectual formation. So it could be put, as you say, orthodoxy versus orthodoxy, but even religious church-affiliated colleges in our country have an obligation, since they do commit themselves to standards of free inquiry, to live up to those principles. They can't say, "Oh, that's got nothing to do with us," if they want to present themselves as an educational institution. And I think what we've heard described this morning, and again on this panel, is that there's something different about this newest trend that really is different.
Yeah, I think that last line's a good summary. No, I don't think this is a battle of orthodoxy versus orthodoxy. I mean, there's a fascinating history of the relatively modern university, and to some extent, the idea of modern education arose as a counterpoint to the traditional idea of the madrasa, or the Christian equivalent. You're learning what must be true. You're learning theology. And I mean, a very basic idea. I'm more a social scientist than a pure scholar of the humanities in the classic liberal arts model. But the idea of higher education is that there are almost no ideas that are off limits. I mean, even in my 15-minute talk, and the same is true to a large extent of my colleagues. I mean, I mentioned some taboo topics like IQ, for example. There traditionally have been a whole range of theories about why there are variances in things like crime rate and test scores between racial groups or between the North and the South, like the most awkward topics you can talk about. There's actually something that's known as the cult-crit-hered debate in IQ. There are three perspectives. Differences between, say, men and women or Asians and whites could be genetic. They could be cultural, which is what I believe, should anyone be curious. Or they could be due to racial pressures within society. And people have passionately advanced all of their perspectives. You know, Charles Murray versus Thomas Sowell versus, who would you say? I guess Ibram Kendi or Robin DiAngelo would be the champion, if you will, of the third position. But all of this has been said very publicly. This stuff's been discussed in major journals, and no one really had any problem. You'd go to the conference and you'd argue about it. I'm perfectly willing to defend my perspective, which is basically that Thomas Sowell won against anybody. And that's what you do as an academic. The DEI perspective on the cult-crit-hered debate is that two of the perspectives aren't allowed. I mean, it really is that simple. Like, there are perspectives, and I mean, I have friends that adhere to rather strict Shia traditions in Islam. This would be an equivalent on the exact opposite side of the spectrum. There are perspectives that say that some things are forbidden. Haram would be the term in that tradition, and extreme DEI is one of them. So no, I don't think you can compare that to the tradition of free inquiry. A very simple way of putting this might be a communist would absolutely cancel, if you will, a classical experimental liberal in most situations. The same thing would not be true in reverse. So it's important not to get too far down the path of, you know, Hitler and Abe Lincoln were both flawed men. I'm not making the classic internet mistake of analogizing everything I dislike to, you know, Adolf Hitler, but obviously everyone has problems with excessive adherence to their preferred beliefs. But there's a difference between recognizing that as a flaw when you do your research and, you know, asking a rival to edit the paper or something, and just saying, no, things in category X, Y, and Z are completely off limits. And I think we're beginning to see more of that ancient vice again.
I'd like to just jump in before going on to the next question. I mean, I think it really matters, you know, because it has a connection to civic life. Yep. I mean, Dan made the point, the essential purpose of the university is to pursue knowledge, but in our American tradition, one of the other purposes of colleges and universities is to prepare people for citizenship, for civic leadership. And the title of our conference, Ideological Conformity on Campus and in American Society. And when people graduate not ready to engage certain perspectives, they're not ready to be civic leaders and to be really engaged citizens. And of course, there's lots of people who become important civic leaders who are not college graduates. But one of the reasons we spend many resources on our public universities and even on our private universities is that we're expecting a civic return. And we don't get that in this circumstance.
Can I say one thing very quickly? I actually thought your line about the purpose of the humanities is to teach people to be good conversationalists was the best one of the day so far. That's not at all a toss-away skill, whatever a congressman might think. That's the skill you're going to bring to the table as a lawyer, writer, politician, sales director, anything like that. So, I mean, whether or not people recognize that, there is an art to being exposed to all of the traditions of debate and all the books that inspired them and so on. And the more you shut that down, the less people understand. If you don't let people debate, they don't learn the skill, of course.
So your comment there about the connection between this and civic education or public life, the life we all share, brings to mind the question of what is the public interest in this? What ought the public to do? Or is this more of a private dispute in and among academics and people who are concerned with the university for which there is not a significant or overriding public concern? Nobody wants to take that on.
I'm very noisy, so I'll jump in, then the rest of the panel, I'm sure, will say more erudite things. But of course the public has an interest in public universities. I mean, to some extent...
But just in public universities, not in private
to some extent, an interest in private ones as well. I mean, I think that anyone who's aware of how the U.S. tax system works or how the endowment processes work in the USA has an interest in Harvard. I mean, many of these institutions are essentially trust funds with buildings attached. But I mean, certainly, we're here at Arizona State. I teach at Kentucky State. I mean, these are large public institutions with hundreds of millions of dollars in public money flowing in. So, I mean, when people talk about something like, for example, Governor DeSantis in Florida, whether or not I'm a political independent, I agree with him on some things, disagree with him on others, but the idea that there's something abusive and Nazi-like about the governor of a state looking at the state institutions and exercising his ability to appoint members of the boards, I don't understand this at all. I mean, I think if you look at public institutions and say, well, I disapprove of the idea that you have to write a 5-page equity statement to get a job as an engineering professor or chair, and you're in a position of public power, then you should exercise that power. That's literally just your right under the law as a citizen. So that's my comment there. Of course, people should be interested in who their society is producing as future leaders. And that is, to the students in the room, that is what you are. I mean, if you graduate from an Ivy or a large state U, I mean, that's the goal. That's why you're paying the money to attend. That's why you're working through all these courses. So society does have an interest in that, and what happens is the end result of that process. It's bizarre that even has to be said, I think.
Henry, I would add that we're going to hear this evening from Ron Daniels, who's recently written an excellent book on what universities owe to democracy, how universities need to serve democracy, and there's an important truth there. But I don't think it follows that universities best serve democracy by reflecting democracy as much as possible within their own realm. Harvey Mansfield likes to say the important truth about democracy, or fact about democracy, is it democratizes. And the problem of democracy may be its essential or characteristic tendency. So I think we have to be open to the possibility that universities might serve democracy by resisting some of the most powerful democratic trends, by questioning them, as Tocqueville pointed out a long time ago. So I too am critical of Governor DeSantis's response to the DEI imperative. I don't think the anti-woke university is defensible either. But I think the largest point would simply be that higher education, if it's going to be true to its ultimate purpose and indeed be a Socratic enterprise, as Jackie has said, has to stop short of aspiring to make patriots. Making citizens is one thing. Making patriots or making loyalists, I think, is something else. I was looking a moment ago for the bookmark, part of the swag. I really like bookmarks that listed all of the courses being taught at SCETL this semester, and they're extraordinary. You know, debates about the morality of capitalism. That's important. There are questions to debate, even in a capitalist society, and even though the case for capitalism beats the case for Marxism. That, I think, is one of the great virtues of SCETL, and because it understands that educating for democracy is something other than simply training loyalists. And I think we have to always remember that in higher education.
And just one other piece I'd add, think about the Hayek essay, and I'm not going to get the title right. It's something like the role of intellectuals in society, and everybody is impacted by the ways in which the people who are thought leaders or journalists or are shaping what you see in your social media news feed. And I think that is why, and those people are disproportionately from elite institutions. We have to be concerned about them and the ways in which they raise the bar for discourse in our society, or they don't.
So let me just throw out a last question, then, which is, what is to be done? Is this something that the public ought to take some role in establishing norms within public universities, or even the use of public dollars in the way that the public shaped attitudes towards female athletics through tying the receipt of federal dollars through Title IX? Or is this something that's more an internal question that can only be consistent with general democracy if the reform comes from within and without a public coercion or incitement?
Well, as a political scientist, if we're going in the same order, I mean, I think there might be some disagreement on the panel, as there so oft is in the world. But, I mean, yes, of course, the role of intellectuals in society can't be to be entirely useless. So, I mean, just in all seriousness, if you look at, for example, the 1619 Project, just to pick a personal target that I spar with in my professional life, the core claims for the Revolutionary War was fought to preserve slavery. Everything unique about the United States emerged from African American slavery. One of my responses in an essay was Indian food, Irish pubs. I mean, the core claims aren't true. And I think if high-level academia or high-level news media seems to frequently produce feature claims that are not real, citizens are going to know this and take action. In response to what you said, I agree. The anti-woke university is not ideal. You definitely don't want to produce, what was it they were called during the 60s, the Republican fighting men, young patriots? That definitely should not be the goal of academia either. I would actually argue that producing loyalists is better than producing people who blindly dislike the society that feeds them, if those are the only two options. But I mean, what I strongly suspect is that those are not the only two options. I mean, when you talk about women's athletics, I mean, they're very basic regulations that citizens, and we live in a representative, not a direct democracy, citizens through reasonably intelligent representatives set up. There's Title IX, women's athletics have to be roughly equally funded. As a former athlete, I think we do a much better job, actually. Now we're facing another issue. Can people who are biological males compete in women's athletics? I think the vote is going to be no. But obviously, women in society have a right and have an ability to say, no, I don't think men should play women's sports. Or if this is your perspective, yes, I do feel males or trans women would probably be the language should play women's sports. The idea that this should be left up only to teenage female athletes strikes me as bizarre. Similarly, I think there'll be a debate in society about what the university should be allowed to do. The laws regulating the university will probably be slightly changed, and the university will struggle on as it always has. I think that something very basic like removing, this is my last sentence really, I think that something very basic like removing Stasi-style qualifications to apply. I mean, I have a faculty and an executive role. I've sat on tenure and hiring committees. I mean, statements saying that you adhere to the political left in order to get a job should be removed. It wouldn't be very difficult to change, at least in public universities, the essential statement, for some reason I'm blanking on what the foundational statements of the institution would be called, but it wouldn't be very difficult to write, in essence, a law saying that this could not be done in a public institution, and that'd be that. I support that.
Daniel, Jackie, before we turn it to the audience for their questions?
Yeah. I think someone said recently, wrote an essay entitled, "Have We Reached Peak Woke?" And that may be the case. So this concern that we have may have crested. I think there is a public backlash against it. I happen to think the public, although it's much more interested in university education for career preparation, and that may be a greater existential threat, certainly to liberal arts education than anything else. I think the public, let's define the public as the impoverished parents who are going to have to pay for those great conversations. Jackie is just about to start doing that, so let's check in with her annually, see how that's going. I drive still a 2004 Corolla for the sake of the liberal education of my students. But when I talk to students who come on admissions tours, and of course it's the parents who are always asking the questions, and the children are trying to disappear into the woodwork. They're interested in the career preparation stuff, but they also care about the vitality of intellectual conversation. And the best, most hopeful thing is that students still want it if you provide it to them. They really are interested in reading great books. They really are interested in challenging ideas. And most professors, I think, still believe that the exposure to adverse views, antagonistic views, benefits students, even if that's a discomforting experience. But increasingly, I've seen this and I've experienced it myself. Professors who used to say provocative things to generate discussion think twice or maybe thrice, aware that the isolated student complaint could initiate a conversation with an associate dean and not a conversation in the Oakshottian sense. That remains a real problem, I think.
Yeah, I do think we can, colleges and universities should be really radically different institutions from the rest of society, where things are really open. And I think it's hard for people who are not committed, who are not insiders in that, in some ways, to kind of defend that. But those of us who are just in some way on the inside need to have the courage to do it. And I think that we can, with the public, I think that civic piece can be presented to them and made persuasive.
All right, please line up at the microphone if you want to ask questions. And this is a academic institution, so this may be unnecessary, but in Washington, where everyone is paid by the minute for words, I often have to say, please make your statement in the form of a question.
Jim Weinstein again, and as a privilege of a conference organizer, maybe an obligation, I'd like the panel to briefly drill down on something that was mentioned, but I'd like to hear a little bit more about it. Now, you make the case that in terms of liberal arts, the ideological conformity could be really an existential threat to what the humanities law do. What about the sciences? What about, and it was mentioned, but just a little bit more drilling down, what about, is this really going to keep us from finding cures for cancer, origins of the universe, solving the great mathematical problems that still exist?
Well, I'm sure everyone here is very competent in the social sciences as well, but I guess I'll take that one first. Yeah, it's actually, if you don't like woke literature, wait till you get woke medicine. I mean, that's a line that's not fully original to me, but I mean, I think a lot of these things, like arguing that race and to some extent even sex hyphen gender are complete social constructs, has potentially devastating impacts on things like, speaking as a black man, sickle cell anemia research, cancer research, developing new population-specific drugs. Yeah, I mean, so I do think you're going to see more issues like that. One of the things that's an issue for me as a methodologist, and last line, but is the insistence on the univariate focus on racism as the explanation for everything. So, I mean, you'll frequently see articles that say things like, African-American women are 3 times as likely to die in childbirth as white women. We need to focus on systemic racism. I'm going to tell you right now, African-American women and white women in the South where I live, quite similar rates. The problem, bluntly, is obesity. And that's something you can talk about pretty honestly once you get outside the quote-unquote woke box. Asian and Hispanic women don't seem to have this problem, face fairly high levels of racism. That doesn't seem to be particularly relevant. So this focus on univariate bias as the reason for everything is, yeah, it's potentially very, very problematic in the sciences.
Well, Jim, I understood there would be no math, so I'll just say I agree. This is not something that is just localized anymore. Natural sciences have their version of it too.
Yeah, and on top of that, I mean, I think this is why it's so important not just to say that we're preparing people for jobs and to be really vigilant against that. If we want better engineers, there's better ways than doing it, even than sending them to Purdue where they have to have this little kind of the liberal arts core and the civics core. You know, we believe that we're going to have better engineers because they have to take a core. Mm-hmm. And I think that part is, and they will be better citizens too. And I think that's threatened. So if part of having engineers or scientists is having them go to a 4-year institution, where they're not just focusing on being an engineer. They're just the technical aspects, I think it's at risk.
That's a very important reminder. An engineer might also have to vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so there's that as well. But I mean, even there, like the diversity statements and so on, all that also is creeping into STEM now. So there are two elements of this that I would say are relevant.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for this panel. My question is whether we should believe that universities can be saved, and if so, how? Or is the only way to save them, and I know this sounds a little self-serving coming from UATX, to found new institutions. And let me just give you kind of where I'm coming from here. Dan raised the question, I mean, he pointed out that university implies a wholeness and a kind of integrity. Already in the 1970s, Wendell Berry was writing that, and his comparison of education, right, is a kind of a tree, right, the trunk is tradition and so forth. He said already the universities were just lopped branches flopping around. Now I would say they've been put through a pulper, right, and so they're just kind of wood chips or something like this. But why? Well, so that suggests that there wasn't any kind of unifying ideal. The unifying ideal is the pursuit of knowledge. That's been brought up, right? The pursuit of truth. And if you have an institution that doesn't know what it's doing, it's ripe for takeover. That kind of explains this DEI stuff and so forth, right? But Jackie pointed out that, and she was talking about faculty, extending the frontiers of knowledge requires boldness. Academicians are not noted for their boldness. They're not courageous. Partly it's because I think they don't particularly care about truth, right? They care about other things more. But another part of the academic mission of a university is students. And obviously we're terribly failing them. I'm glad this came up at the end here. Somehow students have not learned about the joys of learning, about the joys of contact with reality. I want to say that my concern about what...
Can you bring it to a question so that the people behind...
Right, good. It seems to me that the problem is one of character, and that requires an anthropology. And if we don't have a clearly articulated anthropology, then I don't think universities can be saved. Do you agree?
No. I mean, so this will be a shorter answer, a la the I thought there'd be no math to the last question. But in reality, I don't think that we'll be a university-less society 100 years from now. And that implies something's going to happen. My guess would be that a combination of moderate social sanction and the charter school effect of quite serious challengers like you, Austin, will produce some changes, and those will suffice to keep the universities going. There's nothing inherently wrong with universities leaning a bit to the left, like the military obviously leans to the right, police departments do. Right now we're in a position where it's gotten ridiculous. You're seeing a lot of challenge to that. You're seeing seminars like this. And I think those basically will produce a result. For what that's worth.
Anyone else?
I think it's true. The unexamined life is not worth living for a human being. But I don't have unrealistic expectations about what young people will be able to do in the 4 years they have to devote to it. But I do have faith that the enterprise of learning is going to remain attractive. And if it's not, unlike Professor McGinnis, I will claim my Social Security and make my exit.
I'll just really briefly reply. Look, there are so many institutions that are not the University of Austin. There has to, I just feel those of us who are elsewhere have some obligation to try to reform to the extent that we can. For me, I always think about, for me, my motivation is always thinking about Matthew's shining city on the hill. Like, if you offer a certain vision, only some institutions and some people are going to see that light on the hill and turn their path, and everybody else is just going to keep walking. But it's for the few that the effort is worthwhile. That's enough for the reward.
Hello. So my question is political ideology the only part of intellectual diversity that matters? Because doesn't sexual and ethnic diversity increase intellectual diversity by gathering people with different cultural and life experiences, beliefs, stories, etc.? So that would be the first part of my question, is how does diversity play into creating an intellectual community? And then the second part would just be, if we make systemic changes to, say, encourage conservative inclusion, how do we keep what are now the orthodox views from becoming just as censored?
I think we need, one thing that Dan said that I think is really important is that we are a community of learners, and we're a community of individuals who are learners. And I think one of the corruptions that comes along with some of this is, Professor McGinnis refers to it, is thinking about people as part of groups as bearing certain ideas. And we see, the Heterodox Academy survey, people feel like they can't speak out on certain issues because of their identity. And people who actually are most unlikely to feel that they can speak out are people who are in the perceived majority view. So white and Asian students feel less able to speak about race. Straight students feel less able to speak about sex. And I think people should neither be, I was in graduate school where I was often the only woman in the room. What do the women think? Well, I want to tell you what Jackie thinks. People shouldn't be expected that they aren't qualified to speak because of their position, or that they are expected to represent a certain group because of their identity. So we will all be richer if we bring in and do more to recruit groups that have been historically underrepresented in our higher education institutions, because that's going to bring in more strong students. But I think thinking about bringing in people to represent certain points of view undermines the core notion that we are individual learners, and that's what we bring to the academic experience.
Yeah, I'd say quickly that feminism did a good thing in making us aware of the problem of essentialism, but essentialism seems to be making a comeback. We used to be against it, now we seem to be for it. I guess what I increasingly worry about is a trend I see in which students are very committed to curating their opinions over the course of 4 years, and really putting up deflector shields at every opportunity. And I think that that's an independent danger, even if you have a diverse curriculum and a diverse staff and a diverse environment as a whole. That's an alarming tendency, and I think Ilana would know more about that phenomenon than any of us.
As the quantitative guy, since I see we're running a little short on time, I'll give a one-bar answer to the first question. Obviously, gender and ethnic diversity doesn't produce intellectual diversity, because right now faculty and student body in colleges leans about 90% to the left. So, without being glib, we can kind of test that. It apparently doesn't. If you want to focus on intellectual diversity, we know how to code admissions essays. It wouldn't be hard to seek out just intellectual diversity. I personally don't have a problem with, say, class-based affirmative action. There are a lot of different things we can do in the admissions process. But if the focus is just we need some conservatives, we need some liberals, we need some feminists, I don't think it would be especially difficult to figure out whether someone was a right-wing male versus a feminist woman. We'd have to talk more about how exactly to do that, but obviously right now we don't have sweeping intellectual diversity. The second question, I think the answer is just sort of, again, norms and potentially laws against censorship. The question right now is, one side is dominant and there is censorship of the other. What do we do? Hopefully, once that's in place, that would apply across the board, because obviously the goal is everyone talking. I don't think, as someone who leans toward the right, that my goal would be shutting down feminist debating partners in a classroom or something like that. So hopefully everyone gets to talk. That's kind of how you learn. And that really is the ideal point, let's say, of the university.
Thank you.
All right, last question of the afternoon. Well, last question for this panel.
I'm regretting it because I know we're short on time, and my question I think is not short. Do you want me to go ask anyway? The question was just, Jackie, you brought this up in your comments about sort of the goal of a university. So, and you talked about social justice. And so the question was, for whoever wants to answer it, what does social justice mean to you? And what do you think it means to so assuming that you're sort of saying that from a position of an opposition, what does it mean to you, and what do you think it means to the people who are advocating that from a progressive standpoint, and where do you think those things part ways? And I said it wasn't a short question, sorry.
Do you want to take that?
I'll take it, and I'll try to be brief. I mean, I do think universities, any institution that is committed to bringing very controversial ideas out into the open and having wide open perspectives is going to challenge. There are lots of things that are going to come out that challenge the status quo. Universities are fundamentally basically not conservative, and I think it's terrific if people, again, as individuals, are inspired to work in ways which may not always be even in agreement with each other, as part of their education to turn towards public service and some sort of making our society more just. And of course, justice is the paramount political virtue. But I think having a notion of social justice, whatever it is antithetical to what Dan pointed to with the Calvin report. Having something that constrains what people can do, or how they're able to express ideas, because there's a campus position, and I think that's the part that is antithetical to the university.
I'll soundbite it, Ilana. The meaning of social justice in the university is that justice is equality, and any noticeable inequalities are symptomatic of injustice. And I think the first response to that would be to read some Hayek. And I've just recently done that with students, and it's been interesting to see their reaction, because they started with that assumption that inequality must be a phenomenon of injustice, and now they see that maybe not so quick.
Yeah, I mean, I actually almost totally agree with that, although I'd suggest some Thomas Sowell in addition to the Hayek. But yeah, there are many reasons that people differ from one another in terms of every kind of performance. And essentially, the core idea of what's sometimes mockingly called wokeness or the social justice movement is that there's really only one reason, and that's some kind of bias, usually hidden, and that's wrong and even stupid. But that is what social justice means in most contexts, as far as I've been able to tell.
Well, thank you very much for stimulating conversation and series of questions. Please give my panel a round of applause. And now we will break for lunch.
In the afternoon session of the conference, for those just joining us, I'm Paul Carisse. I'm the director of the School of Civic and Economic Thought and Leadership here at Arizona State University. Delighted to have you here for our annual conference on the theme of ideological conformity on campus and in American society. Another terrific panel for you. We have two panels this afternoon, and then the keynote address at 5 tonight by the president of Johns Hopkins University, Ron Daniels, talking about themes from his recent book on what universities owe democracy is the theme. So now I'm delighted to introduce a SCETL faculty colleague who is the moderator for this panel. There's a correction in the program. It's Dr. Catherine Craig who is moderating this panel. She's a postdoctoral research scholar here in the school. She earned her PhD in political science at Baylor University with a focus on political theory, and wrote her dissertation on Plato's dialogue, The Statesman. Catherine received her BA in Great Books and Political Science from St. Thomas University in Canada. Her research interests include classical political philosophy, specifically Plato. We Aristotelians have to just put up with that. The nexus of politics and literature with politics with literature, art, and film is another interest, and the history of philosophy more generally. We are delighted that Catherine also has been teaching with us now into her second year with us, especially in the undergraduate curriculum and our foundational course. If you picked up any literature on the school over at the table on this side of the room with our pocket constitutions and our bookmark of our list of courses, our foundational course in the curriculum is CEL 100, Great Ideas of Politics and Ethics, and the students have told me that Catherine's version of that course is just delightful. So, for this panel on feminism and gender orthodoxy within the context of our conference theme, please join me in welcoming the panel and Dr. Catherine Craig.
Thank you. I'm delighted. So far this conference, we've been looking at this question of ideological orthodoxy, I think, kind of from the eagle eye perspective and in a broader view. So I'm excited that with this panel, we get to start to narrow our gaze down to a particular area of this question with the question of feminism, sexuality, and gender orthodoxy. Some of the questions we will be looking at, and I think the last panel ended with a question on this, so it's fortunately for us a very smooth transition. Our panelists will be discussing how robust the debate is about feminism, sexuality, and sexual identity in America's elite institutions, and especially higher education, the national media, and policy institutes. We'll be examining whether or not there's an orthodoxy which truncates discourse surrounding these questions, and whether or not there's a comprehensive meaning and practical consequences of particular beliefs in these institutions as well. It's my delight to introduce our panelists to you. First, we have Arshad Melnick, who is the Thomas P. O'Neill Professor of American Politics at Boston College and co-chair of the Harvard Program on Constitutional Government. He's the author of the Transformation on Title IX, Regulating Gender Equality in Education. Between the Lines, Interpreting Welfare Rights and Regulation in the Courts, the Case of the Clean Air Act, as well as many articles on the courts, agencies, and public policy. He is currently completing a book on education and the civil rights state. In 2012, he received the American Political Science Association Law and Court Section's Lasting Contribution Award. He received his BA and PhD from Harvard and taught at Harvard and Brandeis before moving to Boston College. He has also been a research associate at Brookings, president of the New England Political Science Association, and an elected member of the New Hampshire House of Representatives. Next, we have Christine Emba, who works at the Washington Post and is the recent author of Rethinking Sex, A Provocation. Before coming to the Post in 2015, Christine was the Hilton Kramer Fellow in Criticism at the New Criterion and a deputy editor at the Economist Intelligence Unit, focusing on technology and innovation. She grew up in Virginia and holds a BA in Public and International Affairs from Princeton University. And finally, we have Abigail Schreier, a journalist and author. She is the award-winning journalist and best-selling author of Irreversible Damage, The Transgender Craze Seducing Our Daughters. She recently received the Barbara Olson Award for Excellence and Independence in Journalism. Abigail's work regularly appears in the Wall Street Journal, Newsweek, and other notable publications. She holds an AB from Columbia College, where she received the Eureka J. Kellett Fellowship, a B. Phil from the University of Oxford, and a JD from the Yale Law School. We'll be proceeding with each speaker giving approximately 15 minutes. Afterwards, we'll have a moderated conversation, and then we'll open up to questions and answers from the audience. To start us off, please welcome Arshad Melnick.
Thank you. I can't tell you how good it is to be here because I spent the last 30 hours trying to get here. I still wear the clothes that I flew in over the last 30 hours, so I apologize for that. Last summer, the Department of Education released a 700-page explanation of its proposed new regulations on Title VII. Title VII, that's jet lag, right? Title IX. Among other things, the rules would revoke procedural protections for those accused of sexual misconduct. Most importantly, they revoked the requirement of live hearings and cross-examination. The department encouraged, once again, schools to use the so-called single investigator model, in which one person would both investigate, adjudicate and hand down a sentence for those people that are accused of sexual misconduct. The proposed rules also expanded schools' responsibility for identifying and punishing what they called verbal conduct, which most of us would call speech, that might contribute to a hostile environment for female and non-gender non-conforming students. The proposal expanded the list of accommodations that must be made for pregnant and lactating students. I'm not going to say much about this other than point out that by my count there were about 600 references to pregnancy, but not one reference to pregnant woman, which is the politically incorrect term these days. The proposal also required schools to assign students to sex-segregated facilities, such as bathrooms, locker rooms, and dorms, on the basis of their gender identity, not their biological sex. They didn't go so far at that point of saying that applied to athletic teams, but the criteria they established, I think, that makes that inevitable. All these mandates were imposed under a 1972 statute that simply says, quote, "No one shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subject to discrimination under any educational program or activity receiving federal funds." Not only is Title IX very short and sweet, but it has been remarkably successful. It's been very successful in opening the doors of opportunities for women so that women could rush through, and now, as you probably know, they outstrip men in virtually every phase of education, from elementary and secondary to college to professional schools. It's the guys now that we have to worry about more, as Richard Reeves has pointed out in a really interesting new book. As female students soared, though, Title IX regulation grew like topsy, became more controversial, and more extensive. So the question I asked in my book in 2018 was why? Why, as we're doing better, was Title IX so much more extensive and so much more controversial? The argument I made at that time was that the purpose of Title IX fundamentally changed from eliminating institutional barriers to education by women to changing sexual stereotypes, the sexual stereotypes that all of us hold, not just students and faculty and administrators, but the public at large. So eliminating sexual stereotypes became the dominant purpose of Title IX. This fundamental change had two results. The first was it vastly expanded the regulatory reach of the Department of Education. And just as important, it shifted attention from regulating behavior to regulating speech and belief. Eliminating stereotypes means changing the way all of us think about and act on and talk about sexual matters, even in the most private settings. This meant jettisoning traditional understandings of all matters sexual. It means re-education for all of us on sex differences, sexuality, and the very meaning of the term sex. To put it bluntly, Title IX became an instrument for national consciousness raising. Now, I really want to thank the Biden administration because they made explicit these arguments I was making over the last several years. Let me just give you one example. In its new rules, the department explained, quote, "will clarify that discrimination based on sex stereotypes, that is, fixed or generalized expectations regarding a person's aptitude, behavior, self-presentation, or other attributes based on sex, is prohibited under Title IX. Title IX prohibits harassment and other forms of discrimination based on a person's conformity or non-conformity to stereotypical notions of masculine and feminine." Discrimination on the basis of sex has been replaced with discrimination on the basis of sexual stereotyping. And one indication of this is in the definition section of the regulation. You know, probably most people don't pay a lot of attention to the definition section, but the definition section includes 36 definitions of things from administrative law judge to support measure. One word they do not define is sex. And of that they say, quote, the department does not propose adding a definition of sex because sex can encompass many traits and because it is not necessary for the regulation to define the term in all circumstances. So in order to prohibit sex discrimination, we don't need a definition of sex. The reason for that, of course, is because they didn't want to create a definition of sex that would distinguish it from gender identity. And of course, gender identity became an important term in distinction from sex, but they want to say that gender identity is included in sex discrimination. So I would say basically that what they're saying is no sex definition, please, because we're progressives. Now, this might all seem very abstract. So let me give you 3 examples of how this plays out in practice. And my 3 examples are athletics, sexual harassment, and transgender rights. So a little quick discussion of each of those 3. First, athletics. Why has federal regulation focused so heavily on intercollegiate athletics rather than elementary and secondary or all of the other sports that college women play? After all, most college women who participate in athletics are not varsity athletes. Varsity athletes are a very tiny percentage of female students. Moreover, and this is something I got to say really bothers me, there are high schools and elementary schools around the country who are doing a very bad job providing academic opportunities for girls. Most of those, the worst performers, are in schools with a high number of minority children. And here's where the health benefits of athletics is particularly important. So at the very least, there's a really serious misallocation of administrative resources. So why did we do this? Part of the explanation is interest group politics. And if you, the question and answer, if anyone wants me to harangue the NCAA, which is, I think, a particularly bad actor here, I'd be happy to do so. But the most important feature is because we regulated intercollegiate sports because of its high visibility. Women's groups, especially those representing professional women athletes, have long argued that intercollegiate sports provides a valuable role model, celebrating aggressive, talented, vigorous, successful women. High visibility intercollegiate sports is a tool for changing sexual stereotypes. And it was actually here in the area of athletics that the sexual stereotyping argument first rose to prominence. In the most important athletic case, the First Circuit said that Title IX, quote, was enacted in order to remedy discrimination that results from stereotype notions of women's interests and abilities. Therefore, it was not enough for Brown University, hardly a paragon of highly competitive sports, to respond to the athletic interest of those students it had already admitted, because those students' interest, the court held, provided only a measure of the discrimination against women in the past. So what they had to do was to encourage athletes to apply, to give preference to female athletes, so that we would be breaking down these stereotypes. The Ninth Circuit later said that women's attitudes toward sports are socially constructed and have been limited by discrimination and gender stereotypes. Congress expected Title IX, therefore, to change the extent to which, quote, girls and women develop or do not develop interest in sports. In other words, we need to develop a sports consciousness among women. The motto of this effort became "Build it and they will come," from Field of Dreams. If you build teams and facilities for women, their natural interest in highly competitive sports will blossom, where they will reject old stereotypes. So Brown had to go out and recruit women athletes, and that became more important than finding women, the many highly qualified women who are interested in their studies or interested in music or interested in drama. Athletics rose to the fore. Now, just the irony here is that Title IX sounded the death knell of a well-established tradition of specifically women's intercollegiate sports. The male model of highly competitive, quasi-professional, and I would argue ultimately anti-intellectual sports were imposed on women. Before this interpretation of Title IX transformed women's sports, before that happened, women athletes in college performed better than men, or better than non-athletes in college. They had slightly higher records, they had higher levels of going on to further education. Since then, both the academic records and the academic performance of women athletes has plummeted. As William Bowen and his co-authors document in their study of college sports, when it comes to neglecting their coursework, the women athletes appear to have caught up with their male counterparts, a dubious distinction. So we do seem to have seen some stereotypes, not necessarily in a great way. My second example is sexual harassment. Now, serious sexual harassment, whether committed by faculty or peers, can limit a student's educational opportunity. Usually the targets of this harassment are female. One way to deal with this is to make sure that we identify and punish or eliminate individual people who transgress our rules about sexual conduct. That's what the Supreme Court said. We have to have procedures to solicit complaints and punish those guilty of misconduct. Starting in 2011, though, the Department of Education went much further, departing significantly from the Supreme Court's interpretation. I won't go into the long list of mandates that the Obama administration imposed in 2011, in 2011, 2014. Many of these were revoked or revised by the Trump administration in 2020. I've only got 1 minute. Oh, I better. I got to speed up here. I'm sorry. Jet lag is showing. But the major point about sexual harassment that I want to make is that the function of regulation changed from identifying and punishing people who are guilty of misconduct to changing the culture of colleges. Sexual assault, the White House said, is pervasive because our culture still allows it to persist. And the idea was that we had to have fundamental change in the education that we provide students to change the way they think about intimate sexual relations. And as you know, colleges have really created very extensive training apparatuses to deal with that. I'm going to skip most of what I was going to say on that, but then I want to come to the transgender issue. Before 2010, everyone agreed, and this included President Obama, that Title IX did not prohibit discrimination on sexual orientation and gender identity. They expected legislation to do that. When it became clear that legislation would not pass, the Obama administration changed its tune and now said that it does prohibit, Title IX does prohibit discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. Why? The answer is because that was a form of sexual stereotyping. And they were very explicit, saying if it's sexual stereotyping, it doesn't have to be sex discrimination. And that is the basis of the profound change, both in the Obama administration and the Trump administration, in how we treat the transgender issue. Let me just give you one quote, and then I'll finish up. Catherine Lehman, past Assistant Secretary of Education and current Assistant Secretary of Education, said the bathroom question was never about just about bathrooms. It was about who that child is at school and how that child will be perceived and seen. So the point is, if we're going to eliminate harm for transgender students, we have to change how all of us see that person. And that is as clear an example that I can think of in the way in which the administration, both the Biden and the Obama administration, focused on how all of us think about all matters sexual. And that is a very big task for a very small agency. And the question I would leave you with, is that the proper role for a small federal agency based on a very short and generally good statute? I think most of us would probably say no.
Thank you. And next we will hear from Christine Emba.
Hi. So I think I'm actually just going to speak sitting down. I hope that's okay. The thing is, I'm quite nearsighted, and I did not print out my speech, and so I can see my phone more clearly from here. But first of all, thank you to SCETL for having me. And I'll actually keep my remarks pretty short because I'm actually more excited for the discussion that we'll have between us than anything that I in particular can bring to the table. But first, I'll note that, this conversation has been about campus orthodoxies, but in fact, norms on campuses are shaped, not totally, but to a large amount by cultural norms. So I'll actually start big. The term sex positivity was coined by feminists in the 1980s, but today it has ballooned in scope. It encompasses much more than partner and activity choice. As I suspect Abigail will discuss, it encompasses your definitions of sex and gender as well. On campus, and indeed in society, you do you is a truism. We're loath to criticize any sort of sexual choice as long as all parties have agreed to take part. So, between two consenting adults has become a stock phrase, a sort of conversational yield sign indicating that whatever is detailed next might raise eyebrows but must remain beyond critique. It's a matter of respect and a sign of enlightenment to accept the sexual proclivities and gender preferences of others, even if we disagree. But it isn't actually clear that the growth of what I term uncritical sex positivity is as positive a development as it's been made out to be. Sex is not, in fact, amoral. Some life paths are less conducive to flourishing than others. Yet, the bias towards unquestioning acceptance makes it difficult to say so, even when something feels obviously wrong. So, I'll backtrack a bit. Lust Horizons, the 1981 feminist essay that helped coin the term sex positivity, suggested that an active, autonomous sexuality was a necessary aspect of female autonomy in general. A shift, one might say, from sexual repression in the past. And Ellen Willis, the writer of that essay, defined being sex positive in part as the refusal to accept a spurious moral superiority as a substitute for sexual pleasure, or curbs on men's sexual freedom as a substitute for real power. So this was a specific critique, and it was aimed at a particular idea circulating in the feminist movement at the time, a so-called anti-sex view that suggested that heterosexual encounters were always tainted by gender inequality, and that political lesbianism or celibacy were, in fact, the only true and legitimate ways forward for feminists. So sex positivity was a necessary pushback. But then you read further in that same essay, and Ellen Willis pointed out that it wasn't only killjoy anti-sex feminists who might ruin sex and ruin the culture for all of us. She wrote, "If self-proclaimed arbiters of feminist morals stifle honest discussion with their dogmatic, guilt-mongering judgments, sexual libertarians often evade honest discussion by refusing to make judgments at all." So, back to today. The contemporary redefinition of sex positivity is cheerfully non-political and appropriately capitalistic, and it sidesteps the pesky question of morality. It's often divorced from the questions of truth or larger social goals. Instead, the orthodoxy is to champion the primacy of appetite. Our wants are above reproach and worthy of fulfillment, no matter what. So what has become difficult in our conversations about sexual norms, about gender orthodoxy, about ethics in general, is that they tend to run up against a principle of privacy, one that's seen as sacrosanct in our modern politics. And it's one that's fueled by a discourse around individual goods and rights, which in many cases is actually fairly conservative. Lived experience and personal perception are paramount, and choice is key. Today, while it's publicly acceptable for someone to make substantive claims about what they may personally do, and how they may or may not infringe upon another person's rights. Making any claims about how we should relate to others takes on a tang of moralism or religiosity. We assume that that's something to be negotiated in the private sphere, if at all. Unfortunately, or, well, not unfortunately, simply truthfully, our relationships to each other are what make up our society in public and in private. Our actions don't take place in a vacuum. Perhaps we should, in fact, talk publicly about what is good and what isn't, instead of assuming that we'll all sort it out correctly alone. Because we often don't, and the consequences can be bad and long-lasting. In my work, this makes me think of the recent study that the CDC released on the teenage experience, in which teen girls cited high rates, really record rates, of sadness, suicidal thoughts, and sexual violence. You can go up a few years in the statistics, and you see curdled relationships between the sexes, a steep decrease in partnership, and, unsurprisingly, a shocking rise in loneliness. When it comes to gender orthodoxies, questions can be raised here too. We've seen a remarkable rise in LGBTQ+ self-identity, especially among the young, including a notable spike in trans identity and its associated medical treatments. At the moment, however, we don't actually know what effect that will have in the long term. And yet it really isn't open for discussion. This not openness to discussion can be particularly pernicious in a college atmosphere. Sex cuts to the heart of the human experience and the human person. Yes, gender and sexuality shape our bodies and our minds. So when it comes to sexuality, gender, and identity, a truncated discourse, especially one that remains wholly based on force of will and desire, shaped by an often unrepresentative few, may not, in fact, be a good. It may, in some cases, be a hindrance to human flourishing. That said, the answer is not to silence on either side. Instead, it's conversation. And on college campuses, there is, in fact, a hunger for this conversation, for the interrogation of self-identity and of contemporary mores. In my reporting, I hear it again and again. There's still space for colleges to be a safe space in a non-joking way, a place where that conversation can take place before students are released into the outside world, while professors can, in fact, still have an impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. And to close us out, we have Abigail Schreier.
Hi. All right. Okay, so in December of 2021, I arrived at Princeton University, where I was invited to give a talk. At that point, my book, Irreversible Damage, had sold over 100,000 copies. And I was invited to the campus to speak about the book by the student conservative newspaper, the Princeton Tory. But in the weeks on campus before the event, a furor broke out. Princeton students threatened the student organizers and met with no punishment by the administration. Princeton administrators made it clear to the student organizers that if they went through with the event, they would get no campus protection. Their lives would be made uncomfortable. The Princeton Tory quickly moved the event off campus and did not publicize the location. Since the university refused to allow campus police, even at our undisclosed location, according to the student organizers, they had to make a bid for local police protection. And when I got there, I learned that though hundreds of students had written in to ask to attend, the university had limited attendance to 35 students, ostensibly because of COVID. Meanwhile, students at the university were permitted to hastily arrange an LGBTQ event on campus with no cap in attendance, expressly to compete with my talk. It was held at the same time. That event not only had no cap, it was catered by the university at Princeton's expense. The 35 students who attended my talk, they were frightened. They asked that the Q&A session not be recorded because they were worried that their professors might recognize their voices and penalize them for having attended. That's not how you treat someone with whom you disagree. That's how you treat an infidel. It's how you treat someone who violates an orthodoxy. So yes, there is a gender orthodoxy, and it has captured our mainstream media outlets and all of our elite institutions. When every media outlet refers to the male swimmer Leah Thomas, who competed for 3 years on the male swim team, as a transgender woman, there's a gender orthodoxy in our media. Name a single media outlet who did not call Leah Thomas by feminine pronouns. You can't, because they all did. That's an orthodoxy. Where was the debate within our elite institutions? There wasn't one. That's why Leah's career continued unimpeded, vandalizing the record books and erasing the accomplishments of our best collegiate female athletes. It's why none of our universities stood up and refused to allow their females to be drawn into a fixed race with Leah Thomas. And it's why Thomas was ultimately nominated for NCAA Woman of the Year in an act of truly world-class gaslighting by the University of Pennsylvania. Now, the word orthodox, of course, literally means of straight opinion, and where it exists, there is one correct, often religious point of view. The presence of an orthodoxy, of course, does not mean that everyone's a member of the religion. It simply means there is a right way of thinking, policed by those few who set the standards of the religion. And today, that means that every one of our elite institutions, 22 of our medical accrediting institutions, our professional schools, our institutions of research, big tech, and our mainstream media organizations all participate in this orthodoxy. The orthodoxy we speak of course, is gender ideology, and it has all the trappings of a religion. The bedrock idea is the concept of gender identity, which is a secular version of a soul. There's no physical evidence that you have an innate ethereal gender identity known only to you. There's no proof it exists. The notion that everyone has a gender identity with which we were born, having nothing to do with our sex, is actually disprovable. The adherents simply take it on faith, and because it is an intolerant orthodoxy, they insist that you do too. It begins with a baptism, the moment of renaming, greeted with all the celebration of a conversion, and it's policed by blasphemy laws, laws passed in California and New York that assign criminal and civil penalties to healthcare workers who misgender their patients, landlords who intentionally misgender tenants, and employers who intentionally misgender employees. Now, you or I might feel it's rude to call someone by pronouns they don't like to use. You might feel it's rude for a person to criticize the founder of Islam. But in many places, there are civil and criminal penalties for blaspheming the Prophet Muhammad, and we very widely consider such societies unfree and theocratic. Yet today, we have our own anti-blasphemy laws that insist I never use the word he or him to describe a man who would prefer to be referred to as a they, them. And if you don't submit, you can lose your livelihood and maybe even your freedom. That's an anti-blasphemy law, if ever there was one. Next, the adherents of this orthodoxy save their greatest ire for the apostates. Ask a young woman who has detransitioned and is choosing to live again as a woman how she's been treated by the people and institutions who once celebrated her as brave and heroic. The level of ostracism and hatred would be familiar to anyone who has tried to leave a close-knit Orthodox religious faith community. And finally, it is full of holidays, 1 or 2 in every calendar month except August. I don't know why August. Why do some people believe that this orthodoxy has peaked? It's on the way down, like any other fashion, bell bottoms and feathered bangs. Because we're trapped in a bad metaphor, the metaphor of the pendulum. The ancient Greeks had a similar problem. For 1,000 years, starting with Empedocles, the ancient Greeks believed that all matter derived from 4 elements: earth, water, fire, and air. They disagreed about whether there were 4 or 5. Aristotle proposed a 5th, ether. They disagreed about which combinations were necessary to create human beings. But for the most part, they were captivated by the idea that it had to be 4 or 5 or 6 elemental substances that everything on earth was made of. They were trapped in a bad heuristic. The reason many people say things like, the tide is turning, or more often, gender ideology will pass, is because they're trapped in a bad metaphor. Gender ideology is not a pendulum. It will not swing back on its own with a little help from gravity and inertia. Its adherents are willing to quit their jobs over Amazon's refusal to delete my book. Delete, effectively vaporize my book, so that not only will they not have to read it, so that no one can. That isn't bell bottoms, and it isn't tax rates. And when it remakes all American institutions in its image and polices their language, it represents the advance of an army. The recent pieces we're seeing in the New York Times, for instance, defending J.K. Rowling 3 years after she was pilloried across the globe for daring to reject gender orthodoxy. Or the piece in the New York Times recently admitting the risks of gender medicine 2.5 years after my book pointed out those risks. And more than a year after England, Finland, France, and Sweden all halted those treatments because of the risks. That's not the start of debate. It's closer to a pawn sacrifice, a gambit, with an eye toward winning a larger war. The tying off of a limb so that they can return to battle and fight again. They concede the absolute minimum, and only after it is so obvious that they are propounding a lie that it would be ruinous to stay the course. It's a tactical pivot, not a retreat, and it does not signify real debate. So what would real debate look like then? Well, it would more closely resemble the issues about which there is no orthodoxy. So it isn't hard to imagine that an op-ed claiming sex work is empowering and another claiming prostitution is degrading could both be printed in the New York Times under the name of feminism. Alimony, pornography, the costs and benefits of the sexual revolution, the specifics of workplace speech codes, or federal paid child care legislation. Those are matters about which our mainstream newspapers can still play host to a robust feminist debate. But when my book was published, not only would none of the major newspapers in America review it, Publishers Weekly and Kirkus refused to review it. Kirkus, which reviews 10,000 titles a year, including self-published works, would not review my bestseller. And because it took on gender ideology. Now, a transgender writer who accused me on her blog of harboring child rape fantasies was shortly thereafter published in the New York Times. So apparently, there's nothing you can't say about an infidel. Again, that's not how you treat a sparring partner in a debate, it's how you treat an infidel. If feminism remains definable, it means a sustained advocacy to permit females to flourish within a society. The people who decided to put biological males in women's sports did so with no debate or opposition. They never confronted the argument that this would curtail the opportunities of women and girls. They never had to. I had a debate about it 4 years ago on Fox Nation, the streaming service of Fox News. That was the closest I could get to the American people. If you're an infidel, you're confined to the periphery of society. That isn't democratic debate, it's the nattering of a peanut gallery. News outlets where the only advertising comes not from the giants of industrial America Johnson & Johnson, Procter & Gamble, Boeing, but from mypillow.com. What are the consequences of this atmosphere? Well, that's the easiest question of all. Ask the detransitioners, young women who underwent medical transitions only to regret them and attempt to reverse course. Between the years of 2012 and 2020, when my book was published, they and their families did not have access to truth and medicine. Thousands of girls fell into this craze and badly hurt themselves, while their families had no quality sources of information, all because that information went against the orthodoxy. Tens of thousands of children in this country have been harmed by risky and experimental gender treatments that will or have already left them infertile and suffering permanent sexual dysfunction. So yes, there's the cost of stifling debate. And there will continue to be. Young women will continue to lose athletic scholarships and opportunities to young men who are middling athletes on the men's team. Women will continue to be raped and terrified by biological men, some of them convicted sex offenders, who opportunistically identify as female so that they may be housed with female prisoners. No hormones or surgery required. Parents all across this country will continue to lose custody of rebellious adolescents who utter the magic words, "My parents don't support my gender identity," and gain liberation from the rules parents place for their protection. And the mainstream media will continue to ignore these stories, only admitting the smallest amounts of truth after the adherents have captured so much ground they can afford a small concession for appearance's sake. If wokeism were in fact a pendulum, what would it look like? DEI administrators, having been hired in staggering numbers, would be let go. Conservative faculty would be recruited by departments, and conservative students wooed to campus with new programs. States like California would repeal laws that allow male felons to self-identify into women's prisons. Until they don't do that, don't tell me it's a pendulum. We aren't likely to see those reversals. That's because an army unopposed continues to advance until it is defeated. And right now, the heterodox are suppressed by every elite institution in this country, while the gender ideologues are spreading their message, indoctrinating a generation of university students and medical students and law students in gender ideology. Right now, we have young medical interns who are pretending they don't know the difference between a male and a female. Soon, we will have heads of hospitals who claim the same. Now we have law students who adhere to the gender orthodoxy and shout down its critics. Soon we will have whole benches of family law judges who, in adherence to the gender orthodoxy, strip loving parents of their custody. If wokeness were a pendulum, Princeton would apologize to its own students for the brute suppression of debate on campus, on a campus that pays lip service to the idea of free inquiry, and invite me back to speak on campus. I'm not waiting by the phone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all three of our panelists. I think there is so much that is interesting here to unpack. And it seems clear that maybe to various levels all of you would say that there is a kind of ideological orthodoxy on these questions, but you each have approached it from a different angle or focused on a sort of different issue. And so I'm really interested in hearing how you would sort of respond to one another's focus and if there would be a consensus there. But I do also want to take a step back for a moment. So Abigail, you were spending a lot of time emphasizing how dominant this orthodoxy surrounding gender identity is. And I think something that all three of you have acknowledged to varying degrees is that the various orthodoxies surrounding sex and gender and sexuality that exist have in some way developed from a changing of definitions around certain terms and meanings. So Shep, you discussed with Title IX how we now have a different definition for sex than maybe we did when it was originally written, and the kind of consequences of that. The changing understandings, Christine, with sexual ethics and sex positivity, and then of course with the the changing understanding of gender identity and sexual identity. So just to take a step back for a moment, I was wondering if each of you could give an account, maybe a causal account of what motivated these changing definitions? Why did these definitions change so much? I mean, Shep, you mentioned in the Obama administration, we have a change happen just there. What caused these changing definitions?
That's a very challenging question because we're always faced with this question, how much of it is the types of cultural changes that Christina was talking about, and how much of it is changes in government policy, things that I was talking about. And one of the things that struck me hearing both Christine and Abigail is this tension between, on the one hand, this really embrace of individuality that we can now. This goes from Tocqueville to the present day, and now it means we can determine what gender we're going to be. And so that's in some ways quite easy to understand of how that individualism spread. What I think is harder to understand is how what Christina said fits with what Abigail was saying about orthodoxy. How, if we believe in individual choice, then how did we determine and get this orthodoxy that you can't oppose? And to me, that is the biggest paradox that came out of this panel.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think it's one of the more important questions in this entire debate. How did we get here? In my case, I was speaking about sort of the orthodoxy of sex positivity as the only way to talk about and view both sex and gender. And there is a kind of academic, sort of time-based understanding of how that particular shift came about. The original feminists hoped for an almost utopian plane where both men and women were equally valued, women's attributes valued as much as men. Both sexes became, in the words of, I think, Germaine Greer, a kinder and more gentler people. True equality. But, of course, utopia is hard to imagine. It's even harder to sell. And in some sense, the feminist movement was co-opted by a sort of market-forward and almost ultra-capitalist vision. To go back to individualism, as Shep was saying, sex positivity, something that you can buy as an individual by wearing the right sexy outfits or appearing in Playboy by yourself, was simply a much easier sell and much easier to understand. And it aligned with the sort of American understanding that our person, our individual experience is the most important one, not creating a utopian vision for society at large. But yes, I do think that a lot can be laid at the feet, I think, of the individualist, the liberal individualist ideal. And I think I'm speaking of classical liberalism here, not the left. But this idea that we're all our own, that we should all choose our self-definition, that the choices that we make about ourselves, about how we proceed through the world, actually have no impact on other people, or the impact that they do have should be disregarded because we are inhabiting the truest vision of ourselves. I think that once that has become totally normalized, as indeed it has, it creates a new orthodoxy, a new set of norms based on self-definition and, in fact, self-indulgence. And I think that has become dangerous and overweening.
You know, one of the last things that's happened in America in the last generation is we've become a lot less religious. And we've seen this in the, Pew studies really bear this out. We've become a lot less religious, but a lot of our less religious in a few ways. Not only are fewer of the young people participating in religion or going to their various houses of worship, we stopped teaching American kids the American creed. We stopped teaching them to have faith in things like the First Amendment, why that was so important. I mean, we are a country, based on a creed, an idea. And we stopped teaching that to our kids. We stopped teaching them why free speech is important, why due process is essential, and why equal protection matters without regard to race. And into that vacuum marched the activists. See, the ideologues had an amazing opportunity. Kids who didn't believe anything. Kids who were hungering to believe something. but no one had given them anything to believe. So it supplied something to believe. It came in with authority, and it taught them to believe its religion. And I think that what we're seeing really is a religious clash. And that's why it's so immoderate, and that's why it can't be reasoned away so easily, because they are absolutely willing to die on the hill that they claim.
Can I just add one other thing? When co-panelists were talking, I was thinking about the Casey decision on abortion, where we were told that our individual liberty is, in part, our ability to define our own conception of existence and reality. And if you apply that to individuals, that's what you get is a transgender movement. So I just put in a plug for saying, how did we get here? It was in part because of the institutions that are the biggest link between academia and governing. That is the courts and, to some extent, bureaucracy. And that's where, so many of these ideas gained legal force, which means coercive force, through the institutions that transmit some of the ideas of academia into governing.
Shep, I am so delighted that you mentioned that. I was hoping that this was the direction this question was going to go, and so right now I'm deeply gratified by it. And I just want to sort of follow up on that. So you mentioned at the start of your first response that we have this kind of paradox between emphasizing all of these things as being private and deeply individualistic, but then, as Abigail, you were mentioning, they've spawned into this, religious orthodoxy, which then takes on a public character and a character of wanting to extend it to everyone. So in some way to eliminate individual choice. So. I'm wondering if you could all maybe, what do you think about that paradox and how that sort of works? So with the Casey decision, that part of liberty is to define the meaning of life, the universe, and everything. How does an emphasis on something like that become, I think, what people would say, a moral duty to make sure that certain rights are being respected, like gender identity, like making sure that your friend isn't slut-shamed or something like that. How does this emphasis on individual choice then blossom into something like that?
Go ahead.
I'm not sure it does blossom into something like that. I mean, I've said this again and again, and it's still true to this day. I have a lot of friends who are transgender, and I've interviewed a great many transgender individuals, and they're some of the nicest people I've met. They're holding down good jobs. They are good members of communities, and the activists don't represent them. And some of the most destructive forces are not brought by transgender people. Look at who's pushing risky gender treatments on children. By and large, it's not transgender people themselves. In fact, some wonderful transgender doctors I've interviewed have come out and spoken publicly about the risks, at great risk to themselves. This is not about their rights. It has never been about their rights, although it marches in their name. So I think, extending adults both full rights in our society, but also liberties to pursue whatever they want, as long as it doesn't hurt anyone else, including various medical treatments they may opt for, is totally consistent with opposing a gender orthodoxy.
So I want to tack back actually to what you were saying, Abigail, before about this idea of a sort of a religion, a new religion. And I think it's David Foster Wallace, paraphrasing other people, certainly, who said that everyone worships. You just choose what you worship, whether it's an actual religion or a new orthodoxy. And one of the interesting things in thinking about how this develops is to think about sort of the psychology of converts and the religious. And one thing that I convert to Catholicism in college, actually. But one thing that is very common to converts is a sort of convert fervor. Not just sort of an interest in the subject, but really taking it up as an identity, making that sort of the whole force and focus of one's personality and one's efforts. And I think you can also think about the psychology of the person as we age. There's been an interesting conversation lately in sort of broader discourse, discussing the paucity of good conversation on social media. And some have posited that it's a clash between levels of experience that's sort of no longer leveled out. So everyone is sort of on the same playing field. You have 14 and 15-year-olds opining with, great self-understanding, self-congratulation about, what a marriage looked like, really how gender is reflected in old age, and feel that they have the same platform and expertise as, an actual married person, an expert in gender, a scientist. And this sort of flattening of expertise makes it all the more plausible that somebody who has sort of the force of their religion, as it were, behind them, to have a far outsized impact, to have a far louder voice, to simply have a megaphone that, quiets all others, whether they're actually right or not. I think in some sense it is just a sense of determination. Often the loudest, the angriest, the most self-convinced person just makes the most noise, and we allow them to. And that can result in the silencing of people who have other opinions, including potentially the correct ones.
An important characteristic of sex is it doesn't just involve one person, usually. I suppose it can, but usually it's more than one person. There are two people, and then there's a potential third person, which is the fetus or their child. So one of the difficulties is trying to figure out how this understanding of individualism meets with the social nature of sexual relations. So you inevitably have to put some lines on individual choice. That's clearest when it comes to questions of sexual assault. We say, well, consent is key, but what constitutes consent? And who determines what constitutes consent? And I think one of the things we've seen in this area recently is as social norms break down, government very often then steps in to try to fill that void. So there's an inverse relationship between strength of social norms and government intervention. And the other thing is that it inevitably means, what about the kids? And that's a question that Abigail was talking about, parental control. So I'd say number one, the biggest difference is that the very nature of sex inevitably puts really important and complicated relations on individual choice. And I'll just add, while I have the mic, I'll just say that I'd say probably my best graduate student ever, Leora Sapir, has written some really great things about the transgender issue, especially for the Manhattan Institute. And I was going to ask Abigail that Leora has shown how England and many European countries have pulled back. That does not seem to be happening in the United States, and I'm curious about why you think that's not happening here.
Because here it's not a medical debate. It's not we have 22 captured medical institutions, 22 medical accrediting institutions that all have adopted affirmative care. They are pushed by the activists and the good doctors who have anything to say about it and disagree. They say, I'm just going to refer these patients out. So the good doctors absent themselves and the activists step up. And they were able to, in this way, to capture all of these medical accrediting organizations and set the standard. There's no rational debate going on. There's researchers who try to look at these issues have trouble getting published in this country in scientific journals. Even their letters have trouble getting in. There's only a few journals right now that are accepting them. So, one of the reasons, of course, is they have a socialized medical system, so it's a little easier for them to, they can, with one fell swoop, change the way medicine happens, where we can't. Ours isn't centralized. But even if we could, we don't have rational debate here at all. Certainly not scientific discussion. The only place it's happening right now, discussions of gender medicine, are in the state houses. The state houses are going to be setting medical standards because they won't do it in the medical organizations. There's no other option. So they're running to state legislators to decide what appropriate medical protocols should be.
So I think there's a little bit maybe of a disagreement here on how much, and I think it's sort of reflected in what's been articulated as maybe a difficult boundary when you're talking about matters of gender and of sex between public and private, between the sort of individual and the others who are involved or affected by it. And there seems to be, so Abigail, I think you mentioned that one of the problems is that it's actually not, what we're seeing actually isn't sort of an emphasis on individual choice. It's wanting to get more deeply involved or entrenched in these other things or something like that, which I think is a little bit different than Christine and Shep, what you have sort of said. So when something that has this sort of difficult relationship of public and private becomes so dominant in the public sphere in this way, what can be done? What can be done? It was a small question.
I was going to say, huge question. I ended my short remarks with a call for conversation and for more openness, which is perhaps as much a utopian project as the original feminist one in this moment. But I actually suspect that there is room there. Abigail, just to the last question, I know you mentioned that you don't see the pendulum swinging back in the United States. And I may be hopeful, perhaps too hopeful, but I think that I actually do. And one of the reasons is that the clash between public and private, especially in the United States, in a democracy that's ostensibly representative, the divide can't become too large without some pushback. So in my reporting, in my work for the Washington Post, in my reporting of the book Rethinking Sex, among sort of the average person, there is so much discussion about this question. There is so much not hewing to orthodoxy. People really do have questions, the general public, that they want answered. They actually are not aligned with the orthodoxy that you see on maybe top college campuses or in the New York Times. The question is sort of how quickly will that sort of semi-private discussion become public? And I think when you look at sort of the responses to pieces on trans questions or gender medicine that do make it into the public sphere, you mentioned this recent piece in the New York Times. I'm thinking of the new podcast where J.K. Rowling is ostensibly discussing how she came to be identified as a TERF in England. That podcast is one of the top 5 in the United States right now. I remember that New York Times investigation into sort of the questions around gender medicine elicited a huge number of reader letters and feedback. Not all of it negative. In fact, I'd say the majority was parents with questions. Whether or not those made it out into the public eye in the proportional manner remains to be seen. But I think at least in the general public, with people who have children who are worried about this or have questions about this decision-making for their own families, there is pushback. Debate is happening. We are further behind, I think, Europe, in part because of our divides between public and private, because of our stronger social norms around gender and sexuality, actually. The problem didn't present itself here until much later. But I think that we'll see an opening of that debate.
So in totalitarian regimes, there's private discussion and debate as well. The Soviet Union, there was all kinds of private murmuring, right? That's not the question, is whether there's private murmuring. And by the way, if it were a pendulum, we would see it swing in the other direction. Pendulums don't go from the center to one side. We would swing back. We would see a repeal of these laws, a total reversal. We're not seeing that. We're not seeing a ban on these. As for what's happening in the state legislatures, many of these laws have failed and will continue to fail. In Arkansas, the ban on pediatric gender medicine was struck down by the Supreme Court. And within all of our elite institutions, there is no meaningful debate. Okay? 2.5 years after my book came out, printing about, admitting after Sweden, Finland, the UK and France have all said the same, for the New York Times to admit, oh, look, there are risks here. Thousands, if not 10,000 children were harmed in the meantime. You have thousands of children going to gender doctors who give them phony science and phony statistics, and it's extremely difficult to get the message or the information to those parents. When I wrote my book, I asked one of the, someone reached out to me, it was a personal relationship, and said, listen, I want to explain to you why we are transitioning our son to, she referred to it as our daughter, but why they were going through, it was biological boy. And I said, I would love to talk to you. Tell me about it. It was one of our most elite institutions of gender medicine in this country. So I talked to her about it, and at the end, I just said to her, do you worry about sexual dysfunction? She said, don't worry, he's going to adopt if he wants kids. It's all, we've got to figure it out. If he wants kids, he'll adopt. He won't totally look, he'll have a neo-vagina, but he'll adopt if he wants kids. He can't, obviously she won't be able to have them. She called her a she. I said, okay, well, do you worry at all about sexual dysfunction? This was in maybe 2019 when I was writing the book. She was at one of our best medical institutions in the country for gender medicine. You know what she said to me? What are you talking about? No one had mentioned it to her. No one had said, this child will never achieve orgasm since you're putting on puberty blockers to cross-sex hormones. No one had mentioned it. That's not what a society with a free debate looks like.
Maybe I can try to pull these two answers together, because there's an agreement here that there is this widespread debate among ordinary people. There's not very much debate in elite institutions. So I think the question is, how can we make sure that this real debate at the bottom somehow is reproduced at the top? And an important way to do that is to limit the extent to which, I'll get back to this again, courts and agencies can do things on the basis of legislation and debates that have never taken place in Congress. So if you had some of these debates in Congress, there would be some people who would just follow the orthodoxy. I think that there are some people who would not. Like Abigail, I worry about state legislatures making these medical decisions, but there you do see some of the debate that should be taking place on all of these issues as far as how we use public authority. And so far, that has not taken place.
Thank you. I think there's still so much here to talk about and go deeper on, and so hopefully some of that will come out in the audience Q&A, which we have time for now. So we have a mic set up in the middle. So please come up if you have any questions. I'm sure that you have many. I know I do. But as always, I will quote Henry Olson here. Please make sure to state your statements as questions. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for a great panel. My name's Susan McWilliams, and I teach at Pomona College. And one of the conversations that's recurred with some of my students that I just love to get your thoughts on is on the difference between the way that people think about transgenderism and the way that people think about transracialism. Right? If there's a dominant orthodoxy among my students when it comes to gender, it's of course all the things you've discussed, right? Like you should be able to choose who you want to be, right? But when it comes to the question of transracialism, people like Rachel Dolezal, right, who adopt and say they identify as a different race, right? The orthodoxy is, no, you can't do that. And my students are honestly confused by how one can be the case and the other can't be the case, right? Like how you can have the sort of different, like the radically different kinds of orthodoxies there. And we've had very many interesting questions about it, but I'm not sure that I've ever really been able to wrap my head entirely around that myself. And I'm putting it in front of you because I think there might be some interesting questions here. But also, perhaps I'm wondering if maybe the difference between the way that current orthodoxy, for lack of a better term, treats matters of gender and race around these questions of like self-determination, maybe that tells us something deeper about the moment that we inhabit politically and ideologically on campus. I'll sit down for my answer, but thank you.
I'll just take first. I've often been struck by this too. I teach courses in which this comes up, and the way students and faculty talk about things being socially constructed, right? That's so much the talk. And clearly, if you want to say which is more socially constructed, race or gender, is obviously race. You know, the barriers are much less clear. We have a lot of biracial, multiracial people in this country. And I think the reason why that line is not, we're trying to, many people try to have that a hard line is for political reasons. You want to basically have your group that is politically powerful and not say anyone can join this group. But it is a stark contrast with the view about gender. And you know, I just can say I'm as puzzled by this as you are.
Yeah, that is a fascinating question that I have pondered not deeply enough as I should, because it does come up quite frequently. I think I'll just like spin out here a little bit. One thing that we have not really discussed yet in this conference that I'm kind of surprised by is the idea of sort of victimhood as being, in some cases, a positive, a way to kind of gain status. And I wonder if there's something about a sort of sense of stolen valor, almost, that comes with identifying as transracial as opposed to transgender, in that it's very rare that people, like, at least in the modern moment, I think, pretend to be white. But there is a lot of attention paid to those who pretend to be Black or Native American, often to advance in various environments. And there's a lot of resentment towards sort of like that choice, the use of race as a tool. When we think of who transitions by gender, it does tend to be more frequently female to male transition. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Today? Yeah, so there's not quite that same sort of stolen valor effect. There's also, I think, a primacy given to lived experience, and how lived experience and background sort of shapes who you are, and how that can't be faked, and how it's wrong to fake. And again, we think of people transitioning, or young people transitioning, especially when, you know, they're young. So the lived experience factor doesn't seem to be as much of a problem as, say, when somebody who has grown up of a certain race, let's say they've grown up white, has experienced all the privileges, presumably of being white for a number of decades, then suddenly decides that there's something else, discounting all of their experience and then pretending to all of this other experience of another race. So I wonder if those two factors influence the distinction, but I'm not sure, and I'm sure there are more, but it's a really fascinating question.
So my answer would be that's how you know this gender ideology stuff is a religion. Because why do we object? Why do Black people object to someone pretending to be Black when they're not? Because it's a lie. Because we object to lies in our society. They're not doing anything weird or different when a Black community says, hey, they're lying. They're just pointing out what we all agree to, which is you don't lie. You don't make stuff up, right? But with gender, there's a statute, actually, there's a bill right now in front of California to allow parents to go back and seal the records of what their children's biology originally was, so that no one ever knows they were a boy. You can change your birth records in the state of California, of course. You can change your birth certificate to reflect a lie. So the strange thing is not the way the Black community would react to a white person who's trying to claim to be Black. The strange thing is why we would treat this gender a different way, a way that, by the way, transgender people I have known, certainly who are older, have never insisted upon. Anyway.
Hello, thank you for a good panel. My question is, you're talking about this orthodoxy that exists and that it might be desirable to push against it and kind of dismantle the orthodoxy that exists, but what would a successful dismantling actually look like? What would be left in its place that wouldn't just change those infidels, as Abigail called them, from the people who disagree with the current gender orthodoxy to those who are currently a part of that gender orthodoxy? So what would prevent it from just switching to a pushback against those who are gender nonconforming or transgender?
Right, we would treat it the same way we treat everything else. So affirmative care would be gone from all our medical institutions. Why? Because it's the only instance where doctors are told, agree with the patient's self-diagnosis. That's the strange thing. That's the exception. That we would just go back to medicine, treat the patient as a patient based on the malady that you see presented, your own judgment, since you're the one who went to medical school. We wouldn't let men into women's sports because it's not fair, and it's obvious that it's not fair, and every person in this room knows it's not fair. We wouldn't continue to pretend and lie. Okay? We wouldn't allow birth records to be sealed so that no one can ever know a patient's biology, including a doctor who may be treating that person. Because once a society starts suborning this kind of lies, people get really hurt. And this has happened. We've had patients show up, lie about their gender, about their sex on forms in honor of gender ideology, and not have a pregnancy that was missed because the doctor thought he was dealing with a man. So that's what it would look like. We would go back to treating people fairly in all kinds of realms, including around gender.
I think in this country we're facing the problem that when you have this orthodoxy that many people find is kind of crazy, that in some places you kind of go to the other extreme and you try to mandate certain types of care. Both of those things can be pretty dangerous. And I would just say that I'm married to a psychologist who sees transgender kids. And what she and I think almost all of her colleagues believe is the most important thing is to slow down. Don't start with hormones early. These kids are going through identity crises, and now it's been extended to gender identity. So my sense is that if you do what Abigail was suggesting, which is to leave most of these key decisions in the hands of people who have real life experience on the ground with real people, rather than abstractions, that's probably the best way to go.
And I guess one, to jump in at the very last, and then we can move on to the next question because there are many. I think maybe part of what you're asking is like, what would a better society look like that's not the same in the opposite direction?
Yes.
And I think what is key to that and what we're kind of hearing in what both Shep and Abigail have said is corrigibility. The ability to simply ask questions without immediately being consigned to the outer darkness for asking them. So, I write frequently about, and my book is kind of about our sexual culture and relationship culture. And one of the things that I have found rather disheartening, but have noticed myself, is that it's no longer sort of, I choose to do this and you're choosing to do this other thing, and we're just like both doing our own thing. It's, I choose to do this, and if you even question what I've done, if you even question my decisions or suggest that they might not be right, you're a bad person, and you are doing this to harm me. You are judging me, you're sex negative, you're not a feminist, you're et cetera, et cetera. And I think that is, the orthodoxy in one direction. Of course, the orthodoxy in the opposite direction is what people were fleeing for before. One person does this, one person does the other, and the other says, you're dirty, you're unholy, you're a slut, you're something else. What is the middle ground here? It's the, okay, interesting choice you made. Why is that? And then the other person presumably answers in a way that is neither sort of attacking or totally offensive, but answers. There is potential for conversation to take place, for an exchange of ideas. And underlying all of that is a sense that, an understanding, a knowledge that you don't know that you're on the right side. You may not always be certain. Uncertainty, in fact, acknowledging that other people have different perspectives and views and that there is something to be learned from those, even if you disagree, is fundamental to a good society in which people of all kinds can flourish. And I think being less certain on perhaps both ends could actually be really helpful in preventing the extremes.
Thank you.
I don't want to diminish the quality of this wonderful conversation, but I do want to make sure everyone has a chance to ask their questions. So if we could enter just a slightly more rapid fire round, that would be great.
I admit that I really enjoy the college sports wars because the feminists, I feel like a pox on both your houses. The feminists came in and wanted to destroy male sports, and now they're being destroyed by males. So it's quite delicious. Now, before the fact, it would not have been obvious that the feminists would have caved on this. A true feminist line would be, this is just like a male, toxic masculinity to come in and destroy our records, as you say. So the question is, why has feminism basically gone silent with a few exceptions, like Rowling? And the only explanation that comes to my mind is that feminists were already invested in the preposterous idea that there are not essential and important differences between male and female musculature, hormonal levels, testosterone, strength. Thus, we should have females as first responders in combat units, which is preposterous on not just a physical standard point of view, but also eros. But why did feminists basically cave on this rather than putting up a feminist fight to protect female sports and female prerogatives against overweening males?
I think they caved because they had become irrelevant. All of our feminist organizations had declined in relevance. They had nothing anyone wanted to say. They'd made so many gains. And so this movement came along and it offered a life raft. Intersectionalism offered a life raft in relevancy. Now they had a chance to have something to say.
I'd quickly say that I think there are two intersecting forces. One was simply interest group politics. The NCAA figured we can't beat them, let's have them come under our tent, and they just poured money into women's sports. Women's Sports Federation is an organization of professional women's sports, and they wanted colleges to become farm teams for their organization. But behind it was what you said, I think exactly, which was this insistence that there is no difference in interest between males and females, and therefore we don't need two different models. And the NCAA drove the existing organizations into bankruptcy in a particularly, I think, horrible move, but typical of the NCAA.
I think there is also, I wouldn't say that feminists have sort of abandoned their case. I will say that there is a particular sort of overreaction that's happening here, and it maybe is a movement politics thing too. Sort of the original feminists of the 70s were very much invested in the idea that women, qua women, should be respected and valued for their particular female attributes. Then there was the sort of move to well, if you can't beat them, join them. Okay, we're never really going to love women as is. What if women just became like men, like the sort of best, or you could say worst versions of men that would allow them to succeed in society as well as men could? What if we said that actually, gender and sexuality shouldn't matter for how you see someone, because inevitably they'll be used to say that women are less than, or that females can achieve. So let's presume then that gender and sexuality don't matter. And that was effective to a point, if that was the only way for women to be seen as equal. But then it sort of began to eat itself, and that step was taken perhaps too far, and we've ended up where we are today. And I think if you look around, if you ask feminists from the original movement, they will tell you that this is maybe not where they intended to end up. And I think that also particular kinds of gender ideology, Judith Butler's sort of theory of performance and gender as a performance, that was one person, a few people perhaps, who maybe were those loudest activists, those thinkers with the biggest megaphones, who perhaps overpower the rest of the movement. And now they're sort of trying to figure out where to go from there.
So, Catherine, I think as moderator, you asked an excellent question as to what actions to take. And so I'm going to make each of the three panelists, you're each going to have your own department, and you're going to be in charge of how you create free speech and free education for the nation. So I'm going to ask you to take 3 action items, and these are the 3 things that I'm going to do to open up the discussion of free speech and action.
I think we've entered the ultra rapid fire portion of the conversation.
He said 1 action.
1 action.
Wow.
Well, if it's one action, I can get, that's very easy. Conversion therapy laws. We have a ban on conversion therapy in, I think, last check, 23 states, which means that if you're a psychologist or a psychiatrist and you're presented with someone who says, I have gender dysphoria, and you don't agree, you could lose your license. You are not free to offer your professional opinion about what else might be ailing that person. You can't do it. That is a huge part of the reason that we don't have open discussions and actual diagnosis. There's no differential diagnosis with any child who says, I have gender dysphoria, I'm really a boy. There's no real differential diagnosis right now, so I'd repeal those laws.
This is a utopian prospect. I guess I'm just full of those today. Somehow getting rid of social media. Because for one thing, I think that social media is a site of contagion for many bad ideas, but also I think both students and adults feel very threatened by the idea that a question that they ask innocently, a statement that they make not meaning harm, will somehow show up on Twitter or Facebook or something and end up ruining their lives because people pile in on them and they're pilloried on the public stage. I think if we remove that risk somehow, and I guess that's just by getting rid of social media, people will feel far more free to have honest and open discussion, and that's where we need to start.
If we can't get rid of social media, and if I were a Secretary of Education, I would go through all of the regulations that the department publishes and take out all the references to training and all of the references to speech and say, we have no jurisdiction over that. And that would reduce the justification that many universities use for building up big DEI agencies. It would not cure the problem, but it would, I think, be a step in that direction.
Hi, first of all, you guys are amazing, and so thank you so much for telling us about your studies and things. I have a couple of things. One, Shep, since Title IX was passed, girls' participation in high school sports has grown by over 1,000%, and by 600% in middle school. And we know that girls who participate in sports have higher self-esteem, self-confidence, and perform better in school. So I just kind of wanted you to address that. But second, in the 80s, I'm a little older, sex and gender were kind of two different concepts. And studying sociology, we all felt rather liberated by the fact that we could be a sex and we could express ourselves gender-wise in whatever way we wanted. And I feel like what's happened in our society has been that gender expression by sex is extremely restricted, starting with girly girls, and turning girls into pink ruffly things and knitting at recess instead of playing sports and being able to dress like quote-unquote boys. And with those restrictions, it's required kids to say to themselves, well, maybe because I don't fit those genders that are gender expressions that are, associated with my sex, I must not actually be that sex. But also, on top of that, I find it really curious that someone who's never been born as the opposite sex would know what it feels like to be that sex, right? I mean, how would one know if you are biologically a female what it would be like to feel like a male? So I kind of have these three-pronged things I'm asking the three of you to address, but thank you.
For the sake of time, maybe we could just address the first question.
Okay. Sure. I agree with you completely. One of the greatest changes in athletics has been the increase in opportunities for girls at the elementary and secondary level. That has been part of a really beneficial cultural change. That cultural change has taken place basically without any government support until very recently. What I object to is the way in which we've define compliance by looking at varsity sports at the college level, and I'm particularly disturbed by the fact that the largest gender inequalities in elementary and secondary schools are schools with a large number of minority children. And that's where also kind of obesity problems are the most serious. So I think we have not done a good job at all in that area.
Excellent. Final question.
Hi there. So both of you already almost touched on this regarding sort of how something was taken away, there was an emptiness, and the activists, sort of filled in. It's a sense of religion. So my question is there something to be said about de-emphasizing somehow, some way, the role or importance of sex in our society or for the individual? And if so, what would we replace that with? Character, family, identity, race?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And I would tell you to read my book, but I will anyway. Yes, I mean, I think that one thing that's really prominent in our moment is that we kind of both overvalue and undervalue sex. So at the same time as sort of sex is everything and pursuing your sexual experience and learning sexual pleasure is what makes you into a full adult, we also tell ourselves that, like, actually sex doesn't really matter that much. It's not a big deal. Just, like, do whatever you feel. It's not going to hurt you. And gender plays into that too. And neither of those extremes is helpful or healthy or truthful. But what are other things that could replace sex? I mean, what are other things that are important in our lives? We have families, we have friends, we have the work that we do, our vocations, the good that we give back to the world. We have ideas. There are just almost anything else that you could think about. The question is whether we will just downplay the one idea enough to allow other things to flourish.
I think one of the worst things to happen, and Christine mentioned social media, which plays such an outsized role in all this, is the amazing reductiveness of human identity. Everyone's become reduced to these one features, one identity, and it's very sad because human beings are amazing and filled with potential, and we stopped seeing even children that way. Oh, I'm non-binary. Here are my pronouns. Now you know everything there is to know about me. Kids are presenting themselves this way. And when I interviewed dozens of them, one of the saddest things was how often they had given up all their hobbies. They didn't have any friends who weren't transgender anymore. They didn't talk to anybody else. And I think that we've gone along with this idea that we can reduce people to these, characteristics. Really, it's a very sad thing, and it's a very anti-human thing. And, the woman before touched on, all the sort of potential that we once believed women possessed, how limited we've become, and we've obsessed over these stereotypical characteristics. I mean, that's true. We've become so trivial, and I do think social media has played a huge role in it. People are putting their diagnoses or their pronouns or in their bios. I think that we should stop that.
Wonderful. If you could all join me in thanking our panelists.
Ronald J. Daniels has served as the 14th president of Johns Hopkins University since 2009. Under his leadership, Hopkins continues its preeminence in education, in patient care, in innovative discovery, and has continued its more than 40-year span as the recipient of more competitively allocated federal research funding than any other university in the country. During his tenure, President Daniels has focused his effort on several key areas: strengthening interdisciplinary collaboration in research and education, expanding student access and support, enhancing the Hopkins experience for undergraduate and graduate students, deepening the university's partnerships with neighbors in Baltimore, and supporting economic and social innovation. And these priorities continue to shape the strategic vision for Johns Hopkins as it approaches its 150th anniversary. His remarks tonight will address one further priority during his presidency, and that is captured in the title of his 2021 book, What Universities Owe Democracy, co-authored with Grant Shreve and Philip Spector, and Grant is with us here tonight as well. President Daniels began his academic career as a scholar of law and economics. I'm not saying he's no longer, but that was his first academic positions in the university. Prior to coming to Hopkins, he was the provost and a professor of law at the University of Pennsylvania. And prior to that, he was dean and professor of law at the University of Toronto. So I mentioned the format. I do have to mention one distinguished local civic leader who just entered the room. Arizona State University has a wonderful honors college that we call Barrett, the Honors College, endowed by Craig and Barbara Barrett. And Ambassador Barbara Barrett is with us, and so I'm delighted that she can be here. And we'll and we'll be able to hear this final session. So for this keynote address on purposeful pluralism, the future of the university in American democracy, please join me in welcoming Ronald J. Daniels.
Well, good afternoon. Really delighted to be here at your annual conference, and thank you, Paul, for the invitation and for your very kind introduction. My remarks here this afternoon is focused on the obligations of institutions of higher education to liberal democracy, which, as Paul said, I explore in my recent book, which I co-authored with Grant Shreve and Phil Spector, What Universities Owe Democracy. The idea for this book were seeded several years ago when it became undeniable that liberal democracy was backsliding. Yet I'll confess that early in January 2021, as I was in the process of completing the final revisions to the manuscript, I was clinging to an ember of hope. Here in the US, the 2020 election was, according to the Department of Homeland Security, among the most secure elections in our history. Abroad, the largest European democracy seemed to be mustering resistance against the forces of anti-democratic populism. I even allowed myself, for a moment, to ponder the possibility, would my book still be relevant by the time that it was published? But then, of course, on January 6th, we all watched in horror as approximately 2,000 American citizens stormed the US Capitol in an attempt to halt the Senate's expected approval of the Electoral College vote. This was an assault on the symbols of our democracy, as well as the very foundations of our democratic process. And although the insurrection was stoked by those in power, it was driven by American citizens who uniformly demonstrated a profound disregard for, a profound ignorance of, and in some cases, a profound malice towards the peaceful transition of power that is the hallmark of our democracy. It underscored for me the painful fact that the threats facing democracy were not only palpably real, but potentially growing more dire. Following last fall's midterm elections, some pundits have once again begun to posit, however tentatively, that maybe now the fever has finally broken. Maybe, just maybe, democracy is on the mend. But I'm not so sure. While anti-democratic populism has been held in abeyance in some places and in some elections, I continue to believe that liberal democracy is more vulnerable than many of us ever imagined. It still remains true over the last past decade. According to the Varieties of Democracy Institute, the share of the world's population living in democracies has plummeted from around 50% to 30%. That free and fair elections remain in many countries of the world under threat. And that in countries from Brazil to Hungary to Russia, authoritarian leaders have fueled disinformation campaigns, dismantled checks on their power, and waged unjust, undefensible wars. Our moment demands that we step up in the defense of the democratic experiment. This is, I believe, the responsibility not only of its citizens, but of its core institutions. Now, over the years, I've occasionally quizzed friends and colleagues what they think those core indispensable institutions are for liberal democracy. You can imagine a lot of fun at parties. The answers invariably are the same: the independent media, the courts, competitive politics, competitive political parties, and so on. And colleges and universities rarely make the cut. But as I argue in my book, this is a grave oversight. Colleges and universities are critical, even indispensable, to the maintenance of healthy, flourishing democracies. And just as important, liberal democracy is the best soil for thriving universities. This is in no small part because universities and liberal democracy share so many values. Each places a premium on freedom of speech and thought, on tolerance for dissent, on the free flow of information, and on the vigorous exchange of ideas grounded in reason and animated by experience. Nearly 90 of the top 100 universities in the world, according to Times Higher Education, are located in democracies, and studies have shown time and time again that higher levels of college education make democracies more likely to endure and autocracies more likely to democratize. Yet, for as vital as higher education is to democracy, our colleges and universities have, in my view, neglected their full obligations to this idea, to this enterprise. In my book, I outline 4 distinct areas in which colleges and universities support liberal democracy, and I reflect on the ways in which I think they have fallen short of their full potential. These ways start as follows. First, colleges and universities advance social mobility by launching students up the socioeconomic ladder. This builds trust and confidence in this experiment. Colleges and universities steward facts, they cultivate expertise, and they check the exercise of public and indeed private power. They educate students in the values, history, skills, and aspirations necessary for good democratic citizenship, and they foster pluralism by bringing people together from vastly different backgrounds, beliefs, and perspectives, and teach them how to engage with one another. Now today, I want to focus on these last 2 functions, civic education and pluralism. On our campuses, universities have failed, I believe, to foster a robust culture of dialogue and debate across differences. Likewise, in our curricula, we have only intermittently and half-heartedly sought to educate students not only in the core tenets of citizenship, but also, as we've heard several times today, understand, in the structures, history, and functions of democratic institutions. Today, I want to diagnose where I think universities have faltered and to outline a few recommendations for a renewal of our civic mission and for a more purposeful pluralism on our campuses. So let me start with civic education. For decades, higher education as a sector has largely been content to let K-12 schools bear practically the full burden of an education in democracy. Yet we know that quality civics in primary and secondary schools in this country is uneven at best. According to the National Assessment of Educational Progress, only about 25% of U.S. students demonstrate proficiency in civics, and only slightly more than 20% have actually received dedicated instruction in civics. This is a deeply troubling, deeply disquieting finding, especially in a moment when less than half of American adults can actually name all 3 branches of government. I've seen these deficits firsthand. Several years ago, we at Johns Hopkins piloted a panel during student orientation focused on academic freedom and free speech. We enlisted faculty from across the ideological and disciplinary spectrums to explain the significance of this core value, not only to the academy, but indeed to our democracy. The panel included both English professor Lawrence Jackson, who is a fierce and incisive critic of the structures of power, as well as military historian, former dean of our School of International Studies, and a former official in the second Bush administration, Elliot Cohen. Now, at first, I have to confess that I worried that the content would be far too rudimentary for our students. Surely they've been exposed to all these ideas before. Would they just find this too dispiriting to be educated in the first week that they were at Johns Hopkins in these ideas that were so rudimentary? But when I approached several of the students, freshman students who were in attendance afterwards to survey what they thought of the experience, they said, almost to a person, that until that moment when we held this panel, they had never been exposed to the case for free speech in their high schools. Everything in that session turned out to be novel to them. I was stunned. A couple years later, during an undergraduate seminar that I was teaching, largely using it as a springboard for the development of the ideas that we developed in the book, I asked my students if any of them had learned about core democratic ideas and institutions in high school. A dispiritingly small number of hands went up, and most of those were at half-mast. Clearly, when it comes to civics, our K-12 schools are not doing enough. Now, it seems to me that the responsibility for remedying this situation must fall on the entire educational continuum, and this includes colleges and universities. We simply cannot, must not sit on the sidelines of this responsibility. My view is that we should be doing vastly more to educate our students in the history and theory of democracy and its institutions, to cultivate in them the ability to reason critically and discern true information from false information, to foster a commitment to ideas of tolerance and equality, and finally, to inspire them towards collective action and civic friendship. Now, every time I've made this claim in print, there is someone, without fail, who says, more often than not in the form of a tweet, that colleges simply have no business wearing the mantle of civic education. Colleges prepare students for careers, not for democratic citizenship. We are and should not be in the business of values. That argument is, in my opinion, profoundly myopic, and it is also deeply ahistorical. As I was researching my book, I was struck to learn not only is a call for universities to be beacons for civic education not new, it is in fact almost as old as the nation itself. In 1790, George Washington delivered his first State of the Union address before a joint session of Congress. Compared to the marathon performance of modern presidents, Washington's remarks were mercifully short, only about 1,200 words. Given the speech's brevity, it is significant that 230 of those 1,200 words, or about 1/5 of the speech, were devoted to the importance of colleges and universities in a republic. Washington called on colleges and universities to promote the skills and values necessary for democratic citizenship, even suggesting that Congress consider establishing a national university devoted to such a purpose. And he insisted that among the most important functions of higher education is to teach students, quote, to know and to value their own rights, to discern and provide against invasions of them, and to distinguish between oppression and the necessary exercise of lawful authority. I think we can all agree readily that these ideas, this enterprise is just as important today as it was when Washington delivered those words. It's been 233 years since Washington's first State of the Union, yet colleges and universities have delivered on his call to action imperfectly and unevenly. Periods of advancement and innovation have been often followed by stagnation and regress. In the early 19th century, college presidents taught annual capstone courses in moral philosophy to graduating seniors, which were meant as a form of preparation for civic participation, for civic life. By the 1870s, these courses faded as emergent disciplines like political science, economics, and sociology became crucial sites of democratic education, as they should. However, because undergraduates also had so much more choice in what they studied, only a fraction of the students reaped the benefits of these fields' insights. The two world wars revitalized interest in the possibilities of widespread democratic education in the form of general education requirements. Indeed, after World War II, President Truman even convened a national commission on higher education and its role in democracy. In its report, the commission made the forceful claim that, quote, the first and most essential charge upon higher education is that at all levels and in all fields of specialization, it shall be the carrier of democratic values, ideals, and process. This is a stirring call. Yet in the decades that followed the Truman Report, colleges and universities have again led other priorities, from shifting norms of faculty autonomy to undergraduate careerism to a quest for scientific dominance, to take precedence over democracy. By the 1970s, democratic education at the university level had all but evaporated. Beginning in the 1980s, however, another renaissance in civics was underway with the advent of service learning and the founding of organizations like Campus Compact. Today, hundreds of institutes, centers, and offices of service learning operate at colleges and universities across the country. Because of these enduring efforts, service learning has become perhaps the single most important civic education movement in American history. The impact of this education, I believe, has been unequivocally positive. Studies show that service learning habituates students to volunteerism, makes them more tolerant, and teaches them leadership skills. But it is also true that service learning alone does not suffice as education in a democracy. Broadly speaking, service learning, despite its great accomplishments, doesn't seek to nurture in students an affinity for democracy as a system of popular governance, or to instill in its students the knowledge necessary to engage fully with democratic institutions and processes. For universities to rely upon service learning rather, as our sole form of civic education is inadequate. We must do more to ensure that our students are coming into contact with the coursework and the values, theory, history, and practices of democracy. For this reason, I have suggested that colleges and universities should institute what I call a democracy requirement. Now, this could take any number of possible forms, but should, I strongly believe, balance a rigorous investigation of the ways in which the democratic experiment in the United States and elsewhere has fulfilled its aspirations, alongside a sober recognition of the ways in which democracy has fallen tragically short of its ideals of realizing equality, liberty, and opportunity for our society, especially for those who have been historically disenfranchised and marginalized on the basis of their identity. I do not hold the view that, as the culture wars would have us believe, 1776 and 1619 are so irredeemably opposed to one another that we cannot confront frankly and honestly the deep undercurrents of injustice that have been perpetuated across centuries in this country, while also understanding the world historical achievements of democratic institutions and their aspirations. Our students can and should grapple with the contradictions, achievements, and paradoxes of this country. This is how we make better, more thoughtful, more engaged democratic citizens. Whatever this education looks like, it should be neither reactionary nor radical, but even-handed and comprehensive. And above all, it should provide students with the knowledge and the tools to renew democracy's promise. This is a tall order, but I think change is indeed possible. In fact, we've already begun to see real progress in colleges and universities in red and blue states alike, with liberal and conservative leaders at the helm and people who have taken up this cause. Purdue University recently instituted a new civic literacy examination requirement for graduation. Stanford has designed a citizenship course for first-year students as a central part of their new core curriculum. Longwood University in Virginia has also launched a new curriculum designed around producing citizen leaders in a time of democratic erosion. At my own institution, Johns Hopkins, our SNF Agora Institute has helped to dramatically increase the number of courses in democracy we offer, many taught by luminaries like Yasha Monk and Pulitzer Prize-winning author Anne Applebaum. Additionally, we have for the past 2 years hosted a Democracy Day as part of our new student orientation. This event ensures that all of our incoming freshman students are given the opportunity to hear from local elected officials, to learn about opportunities for involvement, and to speak with a diverse cadre of faculty from divisions and departments across the institution in medicine, public health, education, and the social sciences and the humanities about the challenges they see in their fields of intellectual endeavor facing democracy. Now, we still have more to do at Hopkins, but I'm encouraged by the progress we have made by harnessing the expertise and interest across our faculty. But of course, the formation of good democratic citizens doesn't end in the classroom. A democratic ethos needs to span every facet of campus life. Colleges and universities have a unique opportunity in this area. They are microcosms of a diverse, pluralistic society that brings students into meaningful contact with peers whose backgrounds and beliefs differ from their own. And I think this couldn't be more important, especially at this time in American history. A healthy, diverse democracy depends on interaction, dialogue, and vigorous contestation of values and ideas across a vast spectrum of experience. It needs to preserve the right for people to speak up, to protest, to tell their stories, and to hold and express opposing, even contentious views. And yet at this moment, citizens are ever more siloed, as we know, from one another, and seem less and less able to communicate effectively across their differences. Americans, as we know, increasingly regard those with whom they disagree with distrust, and those who hold opposing political views not as fellow citizens with whom they can engage and learn from, but moral enemies whose ideas are to be feared and silenced. For me, this is nowhere better distilled than in the fact that in the United States over the last 60 years, the share of Republicans and Democrats who say they will be upset if one of their children married a member of the opposing political party has skyrocketed from about 5% of each party to almost 40%. Perennial rivalries aside, colleges and universities have historically been among the institutions that have offered young people their first opportunity to leave the communities in which they grew up and interact with others from different racial, religious, regional, socioeconomic, and political backgrounds. This has been true for more than 2 centuries. Indeed, at key junctures in history, colleges and universities have in fact stood at the very vanguard of pluralistic education. In the 19th century, for instance, schools like Oberlin College in Ohio and Brea College in Kentucky vigorously committed themselves to recruiting students across lines of race and gender, even when doing so put their very existence at threat. More than half of Brea's first class in 1866 were black students, and all students lived together, ate together, studied together, and debated one another. A visitor to the campus in 1870 marveled that Brea students were able to discuss, quote, the most practical and the most radical questions with the utmost freedom. Other colleges and universities, albeit intermittently, continued to take up the mantle of inclusion in the decades that followed. With the advent of the civil rights movement, many colleges and university leaders were on the front lines of advancing diversity at their schools, many in the face of intense and violent backlash. Thanks to efforts like those, as well as to the bold advocacy of so many students and faculty across the decades, American higher education has made undeniable strides in expanding access, addressing inequalities, although that progress has admittedly come too slowly and remains unfinished. On balance, however, our campuses are undeniably far more diverse than they've ever been, and that's something to celebrate. Yet, for all that colleges and universities have done for representation, they haven't fully cultivated in students that most important capacity, in the spirit of Brea more than a century ago, to engage with people across their differences. If anything, colleges and universities in this moment have been doing less and less to draw students together. In many institutions, students are allowed to choose where they live, whom they live with, where they dine, what classes to take. The evidence shows when given these choices, students, not surprisingly, choose to associate with people who look like them and who believe what they do. We have essentially given our students a pass to opt out of encounters with people dissimilar from themselves. At Hopkins, we've also found through survey data from graduating students that students are far less likely to engage with peers who hold different political beliefs than they are across other kinds of differences. This is really worrisome. And even when those encounters across difference do occur, they're more likely than ever to be superficial and fleeting, presenting little opportunity for self-reflection and reasonable substantive disagreement. If higher education wants to begin addressing concerns of ideological conformity or cancel culture, we first need to ensure that our students understand how to live alongside one another and to speak to one another about sensitive issues in our society. We need to nurture in them a spirit of civic friendship, that now seemingly quaint concept that Aristotle so highly prized. When I say civic friendship, I mean something closer to political philosopher Robert Talese's definition, which he describes as a capacity of people to treat each other as equals, even when they regard each other as seriously mistaken and misguided in their political perspectives and judgments. You neither have to agree nor even particularly like your fellow citizens, but you do have to see them as equals, worthy of respect and the exchange of ideas. To my mind, the way to cultivate this disposition is to deliberately rethink how we shape student life on our campuses in such a way that promotes sustained encounters between students from different backgrounds, without, of course, sacrificing necessary opportunity for students to connect with peers who do share similar identities. One of the first steps that I call for in my book is reinstating assigned roommates in the first year for first-year student housing. As you know, it used to be common for universities to decide who students lived with. Indeed, the experience of meeting your freshman year college roommate for the first time was once a celebrated rite of passage, as I'm sure many in this room can attest. But over the past 2 decades, this practice fell into disfavor as social media made it progressively easier for students to select their own roommates, all too frequently, as I said before, choosing peers who grew up in similar circumstances. Returning to assigned roommates may seem like a trivial intervention, but I think it can have an incredible impact on students' lives and attitudes. Research in both the United States and South Africa has shown that university students who live with peers from different backgrounds become more racially tolerant. There's also evidence that students' political attitudes shift in the direction of their roommates over time. To give one really striking example, a low or middle income student who lives with wealthy peers will tend on average to become more skeptical of progressive tax policies. Clearly, at least for those of my generation, The Odd Couple had a deeper message than we may have granted it. Whom you room with matters and can have a lasting impact on your own views, as well as your ability to engage with others wholly dissimilar from yourself. Schools like Duke and Dartmouth have moved to assign roommates with very promising results. And at Hopkins, we just did the same a year ago. We're still in the early days of this move, but the student response has been largely positive. Students crave experiences that allow them to encounter difference, but we have to give them the opportunities to have such experiences. And we should not stop there. In addition to enabling more diverse encounters for our students, universities also need to be modeling the kinds of interaction we want them to have in contending with difficult and contentious issues. For me, this is a reason to instill throughout our campuses a more robust culture of debate and dialogue. And part of this actually means hosting debates. Across the country, colleges and universities have become far too reliant on single speakers or panels of speakers who are often in broad agreement with one another. Indeed, one study found that most universities only sponsor about one event per year in which a public policy issue is debated by people holding divergent views. When we think of all the high-profile student protests of the past decade, so many of which are subject of national scrutiny and public hand-wringing, it is all too often a situation that has risen in the context of a single speaker event. What would change if we began incentivizing more actual debate and committing ourselves to demonstrating greater disagreement in our public events? At Hopkins, again, we're trying this. We recently launched a debate initiative that will model this kind of engagement for our community throughout multiple debates between intellectual leaders, as well as providing resources to student groups that are willing to host these kinds of debates on their own. 2 weeks ago, we hosted our first marquee debate. The debaters were 2 political strategists from opposite sides of the ideological spectrum. On the left was Simone Sanders, who previously served as Bernie Sanders' national press secretary, and the right was the famed architect of George Bush's presidential campaigns, Karl Rove. The topic being debated was the need for more voting rights legislation. We polled the audience for their views on the issue before and after the debate, and although Carl was truly fighting an uphill battle with an audience consisting overwhelmingly of Democrats in the heart of Baltimore City, by the end of the conversation, he had actually shifted the views of a considerable number of people in the room. Thoughtful, respectful debate still works. In the coming months, we'll be hosting more debates in the hope of continuing to model for our entire community the value of respectful debate and disagreement. And all of this is part of a larger project of seeking to instill in our campus a more purposeful brand of pluralism. So let me close by saying that I'm not naive to how incredibly polarized our nation is right now and how slowly institutional change seems to come, especially at universities. But I also harbor tremendous hope for the future of our democracy, and I believe that public and private universities, including ASU, Hopkins, and so many others, have a vital, indispensable role to play in the project of restoring a vibrant civil society, so long as they are willing to commit themselves to the renewal of civic education and towards modeling a genuine, purposeful form of pluralism. Thank you again for the chance to be here this afternoon and to speak with you all.
For me, I wanted to begin by asking you about a paradox which you don't openly address in the book, but it's there, which is that Johns Hopkins was the first research university established in the United States, a new model of education. And 150 years later, here you are as the president saying you're not suggesting that Hopkins shouldn't be that, but you're suggesting the need to bring back something that perhaps was lost in the transition of the past more than 100 years toward the dominance of research, cutting-edge knowledge production in universities and even in colleges. So could you tell us has anyone seen this as a paradox the way I'm seeing it? I'm very glad you're doing it, but it is a distinctive voice coming from the president of a major research university to say this liberal arts core function of universities, let alone colleges, needs to be recovered and reprioritized as an important mission.
So, Paul, the way I see it is that I actually think that these ideas are not in tension with one another. And again, when you think of, as I understand what Hopkins and other research universities, like the one that we're sitting in, are all about, it's really an effort to advance knowledge, to be able to interrogate knowledge, to bring new perspectives and insights, to test received wisdom and so forth. And I think that enterprise is important in every discipline at the university. It's as important in the humanities as it is in the natural sciences. So I actually think in this case that this need to discover this important responsibility that Washington and intermittently, as I've described, the country and leaders have understood of being an important role of the university is indeed fully capable of being integrated into an environment where we're still fully committed to the research mission and to advancing knowledge. I mean, again, I've always understood as people see the research university as being framed around that research enterprise. But I always add, it's research and education. We can do both of these things, and indeed, that's the case that we make for the research university, is the inextricable linkage between the research that our faculty and graduate students and even our undergraduate students do and the education mission of the school. So I don't think these ideas are naturally in tension with one another. I think we made a series of decisions along the way to depreciate this responsibility around civics education. but I don't think it falls inevitably from the character of the research university.
You mention in the book a scholar who's been a friend of our little school, our little department here at ASU, Danielle Allen, and her advocacy of all university students needing to know the operator's manual. I think that's the metaphor that you cite. And so when you talked about in your remarks about the, in a way, K through 16 educational system needing to, across that range of ages, recommit to civic education. K-12 can't do it alone. Higher education can't do it alone. It needs to be. I was thinking of Danielle because 4 years ago, I guess it is now, she invited our little department to be part of a grant she wanted with a team of people on the East Coast, Harvard, Tufts, and iCivics. She wanted us to be part of applying for a grant to the Federal Department of Education to do a study of K-12 public school civics education. But similarly to remarks you made, her insight was she knew that I was intellectually conservative, so to speak. She wanted to make sure that this was a national consensus approach. You mentioned 1619 and 1776, right? That the full complexity of history scholars, political science scholars, others, and a range of national views would be covered in this study. But the challenge is, as you mentioned, we are so polarized. Higher education is polarized, as we've heard discussed today. And so, in a way, the one challenge right now is how to get K-12 teachers, boards of education, schools, but also university faculty to grapple with this question of civic knowledge and civic virtues when it's so easy to say, oh, that's just a mess.
Right.
That means you're going to get into a food fight. That means name calling. We've got other better things we can do, and it happens at both levels, K-12, and it happens at higher education. So what are your thoughts about how to move out of that problem of polarization?
So, Paul, as you know, Danielle Ellen and others are part of a bipartisan group that's been working for some years now to develop what is a model curriculum for essentially K-12 education. And it is, again, to my mind, it's really quite inspiring. This is just now at the K-12 level, but to see the extent to which people from left and right who are thoughtful about these issues actually can agree about such a curriculum, that I don't think it's so starry-eyed to imagine this enterprise working. There is a curriculum, and it's not the only project. The one that Danielle's involved in is not the only project like this. So there are others that are taking place in this country. And I think it is conceivable to imagine that you can do that at the K-12 level. Now, to the extent that this process at the level of state or even local politics becomes more polarized and, questions of, can you actually have critical perspectives on democracy? When do you introduce them and so forth? I think that hobbles the enterprise. But I think the fact is that this has been done and done thoughtfully and comprehensively. It's a dazzling curriculum. I've spent time looking at it. I think should give us the confidence that this is indeed possible at the K-12 level. I think, the same is, to my mind, can be true at the university level. Stanford University has spent a lot of time thinking about this issue and came up with a core course. It was a lot of intense debate, as I understand it. As these debates go, it was challenging at times. But ultimately, they have agreed on a course that is taught by multiple instructors. There's an agreed set of core ideas that are going to be communicated through or taught through the course, and it's working. And so I think these kinds of demonstration projects give us confidence that with goodwill and a real commitment to moving this forward, we can in fact do it in this country. I think one of the real challenges we have now at the post-secondary level is the reality that we're doing remediation, that we're not actually imagining what a great continuation of civics education will look like at the post-secondary level, assuming that students have had exposure to this model curriculum from K to 12. Instead, if we're going to take this seriously, we have to acknowledge, frankly, that the failure that, again, I've described in my remarks a few moments ago, when I look out at the students whom we're admitting to Hopkins and recognize that a lot of these ideas that we think are so foundational to this country they're just not exposed to them. And so this is our moment to get this right. Again, what I worry about is that, again, just given the challenges and the level of polarization that we see in this country, and even the much more, as John Shields referred to earlier, the superficial renditions of political theory of ideas, both from left and right, that our students are getting in much less serious sources. If we don't do this at the university level in a serious way, I think the reality is they won't get it. Again, I think to the extent that that as I remarked, that I feel, as so many others do, that there's still a fragility to this moment. I think it again becomes that much more important that we take this enterprise seriously of building that kind of experience.
It's a striking set of passages in your book when you talk about that freshman, the experience that these are elite. This is a very selective university, Johns Hopkins University. One would think that these students have had an excellent education across the range of disciplines to prepare them for elite university study, and yet you and Grant and Philip say it was shocking to you how little these students in fact knew.
It may be that, again, it may be that my little postage stamp perspective on this is in fact informed by the fact that we have a student body that leans more to the sciences and engineering, and the life sciences in particular, than perhaps other schools. And it's there, that the disparity between the background that students have in these subjects and these ideas between science and non-science students is pretty striking, with the science students having much less exposure and familiarity with these concepts. So it may be that in part I've got a bias sample, but nevertheless, when I talk to colleagues at other institutions, I don't think this is wholly anomalous.
One of the background realities for this is it's not just a Johns Hopkins, an admittedly elite institution. It's the reality that only about a third of Americans will study and earn a bachelor's degree. So in a way, university graduates, college graduates are set to be leaders in different ways, in different professions, different life paths that they might choose. And if they, excellent engineering students graduating from Hopkins or from ASU, excellent natural sciences students graduating from Hopkins or from ASU, if they are not aware of both the rights of being citizens of a free liberal democracy, but also the duties, then how is that going to shape their particular career paths, their leadership roles?
And I agree with you, and we make the case to them that particularly the kinds of technologies and capabilities that they are developing, the sciences and in engineering, I think it really behooves them to have some understanding of the consequences that these technologies, these capabilities will have for democratic life, and that they've got at least a capacity to be able to contextualize this, and again, to have views on how you think about these issues. So I think this is really urgent.
Yeah. So if anyone is interested, the study that President Daniels and I have been talking about of K-12 is called Educating for American Democracy, and you can use that as the URL, educatingforamericandemocracy.org, study of K-12 and a framework curriculum that different states and districts
It's a terrific curriculum. It's really impressive.
I wanted to ask you about the particular challenge of a university leader or a national study, anybody suggesting to university faculty, you ought to change your curriculum. because you forthrightly call for, in the book, a democracy requirement. There ought to be a core civic knowledge-oriented course for every graduate of every university and college in the country. So I just wanted to ask you, sort of put you on the spot. It's faculty don't like to be told what to do, you know? Faculty committees, faculty senates, faculty curriculum committees don't like anybody telling them, you ought to change your core curriculum, you ought to do things like, so what, you mentioned the steps that have been taken during your time at Johns Hopkins to elevate this set of issues, but do you have any insights for us? I'll mention it here. Arizona State University has been nudged by the Board of Regents in the state, along with the University of Arizona, Northern Arizona University. We've all been nudged for several years now to adopt, in effect, a core knowledge civics requirement. Here it's been called American Institutions. Yeah. But it's been 4 years, and ASU has still not come up with a plan to institute such a requirement. So what insights do you have from the Hopkins case study of how a faculty could be moved beyond skepticism for different reasons to say, yeah, this is a priority?
So I guess several things. And again, I think the story is still being written at Hopkins, where we did a very comprehensive reform of our undergraduate curriculum a few years ago, and there's a series of follow-on items. One of them is, the precise nature, beyond the various efforts that I've talked about, but the precise nature of how we think about a democracy requirement. And in the curriculum, is it a mandatory course? Is it multiple courses? How do you put shape and definition to those courses and so forth? So this is very much a work in progress. So I answer the question with some humility as to precisely how this will even play out at my own institution in terms of advancing the agenda. But I think there's a few things that, at least to my mind, are important. One is, I think that within the academy, and I think as indeed more generally in our society, I think there is a sense that this is a serious problem, that, again, I go back to January 6th. That is a serious moment for this country. And I think, again, wherever you fall on the political spectrum, it's really striking. You see the polls and the extent to which people, both on left and right, really worry about the durability of American democracy. Now, they may have different views as to what ails our democracy, but we are worried in increasingly larger percentages expressing that concern over a host of other more temporal issues that in the past have commanded our attention. So that to my mind is a good place to start, is to say we're in a moment where we worry about the fragility of our institutions and the fragility of this experiment. And if that's a serious moment, as so many of us feel that it is, then the question then turns back on us. What are we going to do about it? What responsibility do we have in this moment to step up and say, we're going to do something hard? And I think in some sense it first starts with the framing. Are we blithe about this? Do we think this is just a moment in our country's history where it's kind of business as usual, or do we feel we're in a moment where the political sciences use the term critical juncture, but are we at a critical juncture? I think a lot of people would say that that's so. That's where we are. And if that's so, then I think it opens up to the discussion about how you respond to that. And to my mind, I've always found my role as president to play a role in sort of challenging, in raising questions, and looking to my faculty colleagues to help me figure out answers and to help the institution to figure out answers. But I do so with a great deal of respect and deference to the nature of the collegial enterprise. And to my mind, it's I'm take a somewhat ecumenical approach to this. That is to say, I think that we should be firm on our determination that we resolve with, or respond to, with some resolve, the seriousness of the moment with a set of perturbations to the way in which we tackle these issues. But the way in which we do that, whether it is one mandatory course that every student takes through one set of lecturers, or whether it's multiple courses under agreed upon curriculum, or whether it is, in the case of other institutions like Purdue, where it's, podcasts that you listen to and then take a test on, or attend lectures and seminars around these issues. I don't, on that, I think that, rather than seeing this being done to the academy, my view is that this is a challenge we all share, and I look to my colleagues to help me figure this out and to figure this out for the institution. So I think this sense of taking seriously the norms of faculty governance and the role that they play in shaping and delivering the curriculum is an important starting point for this. And then I would finally say, one of the things I've always believed that's really important whenever you're trying to do reform within the academy is to offer lots of opportunities for experimentation, for evaluation, to see what works, what hasn't, and to then, imagine that through that kind of iterative process, if, again, we're all agreed that this is a serious moment for higher education, that we have a responsibility to do something, and then to basically to let people experiment, to try different approaches, and then hopefully, I think the academy is best when we use principle and facts to evaluate whether we're making a difference or not. So, to my mind, I think this issue is not dissimilar to any of a number of issues around reform of the academy that, at least in my experience over the decades, has been really important.
One last question for me, and then we have a microphone here in the center of the room, so I encourage audience members here to think of questions you'd like to pose. So a final question about the idea of purposeful pluralism, speaker events, debate and dialogue events. We have tried to do that in our school here at ASU for several years with Senator Tom Daschle and Senator John Kyle, Democrat and Republican, show that we set up a little debate about tax policy and other things, disagree with each other, but that also show the phrase you use, civic friendship, that across partisan philosophical lines they could be reasonably discussing and disagreeing. We've done it with Nadine Strawson, former ACLU president, lawyer, law professor, and Judge Michael Mukasey, Attorney General Michael Mukasey. Strong disagreements on a range of issues, national security policy, constitutional interpretation, but here they were exchanging views and disagreements reasonably with each other. Right. The most recent was two African-American scholars, Khalil Muhammad from Harvard, history professor, one of the authors in the 1619 Project, and Glenn Lowry from Brown. And that was entitled, Can We Talk Honestly About Race, right? Can we have this kind of candid exchange of views and disagreements? So just a little bit more about what you've done at Hawkins. So part of me wants to say it's good to sponsor these kinds of events as the president of the university leader, but shouldn't we require it in some way? But maybe that's going too hard, too fast. But so have you put your own money, so to speak, behind this, or you've got deans who are sponsoring these events to try and begin to shift the culture at Johns Hopkins?
So yes, so we are. I'm a law and economics scholar, as you said. So as you acknowledged, and so incentives matter.
Incentives,
and yes, and so we're doing this both under the aegis of the Agora Institute, which I have referred to earlier, where basically it's an institute that's really focused on the multiple challenges facing democracy, and they've taken a leadership role in this issue. So they're organizing a number of these events. But I will say that, I think at the same time that we organize events, what I'm really trying to see happen is that we'll basically we're putting startup funds to the students and saying, bring ideas to us, self-assemble, bring these ideas, and we'll support them financially. So again, it's just one of these places, one of these moments where you can kind of put your thumb on the scales for, trying to see this kind of activity happen. And again, what I worry about, and I've really felt this at times, in my academic leadership career, that I've often felt that instead of playing a role as educator, I'm an umpire and being called into that role, to call balls and strikes across different, different disputes that have taken place in the university. And I'd much rather, again, give agency to the students to work, to have these debates and discussions among themselves and take on hard issues. And again, to do so in a way that ultimately they can see that you can disagree vehemently with one another, but you can make progress. As I like to say to the students, is that it's really striking how often people have views of the differences that divide us, but you often don't know truly, are those differences rooted in deeply held and divergent values? Or in fact, actually, is there some overlap in the values, and what you're really debating or what divides you is different views on the empirical state of the world? Well, if it's a latter, it turns out, maybe through more empirical work, through various kinds of processes in which we, talk to one another and kind of figure out what are the interesting empirical questions to ask? What do we agree upon? What do we not agree upon? I think we start to narrow the chasm. So again, this is why I think it's a really important set of habits that we cultivate in our student body. And again, I'll just finish, Paul, on this point, which, when you think about where we are in America right now, and the great geographic separation that, of course, has commanded a lot of attention in the literature, that we're, again, the coast versus flyover zones, so on, all these sort of framing, which may be exaggerated, but nevertheless contains more than a kernel of truth in these ideas and how we understand this country. But it just seems to me that what's really exciting about our universities today is how heterogeneous our student populations are. And I'd say particularly over the last couple of years, as we've turned our attention to building on the work that we've done in terms of increasing access to racial and ethnic minorities and so forth, but really now focusing on socioeconomic status and again, building good pipelines there. We're one of the few places in America where we actually penetrate these clusters or enclaves of homogeneity. And so to have all these students and this diversity together and not having hard conversations, exploring these differences, I think is a really lost opportunity. And maybe one of the few opportunities that we have in American society today, without having mandatory military or national service. How often do we bring truly diverse communities together and have them live cheek by jowl with one another? And again, as I said, even this move on removing our students' ability to opt out of being placed with students who are wholly different, I think this is impactful.
Yes. Well, thank you. So now we have time for questions from the audience. Please do keep your question brief, and please do pose a question rather than make a statement.
So it would seem to me that given your interest in democracy as a value of the university, that inevitably leads to a greater emphasis, I would think, on ideological diversity within the university, since that would be a model for democracy, which would not be completely captured just by parachuting in a few debates, but by having that be a continual part of the stream of university living led by the faculty. And yet, of course, universities are described by one of your colleagues at Princeton, generally a kind of blue bubble. And so one question is, what can one do about that? And let me just add one other complication of that. There's a very interesting paper, which I mentioned in my talk, the legal academy's ideological uniformity. And one of its points was that what is driving the legal academy even farther to the left than it was the greater emphasis on the hiring of minorities and women. Because statistically, at least those who become professors, are farther to the left than the already left-wing median professor. So isn't there then a tension between the relentless focus on diversity of faculty in that term and the ideological diversity that you might think that this new emphasis, democratic emphasis, this democratic model of a university demands?
Okay, thank you.
So I'm not familiar with the study that you've referred to, but I'd be interested, obviously, if you could share it with me. But look, I start off, and I've said this in a number of different contexts, and in some sense I was here for the last panel with John Shields spoke, and I actually have some considerable sympathy for, at least to my mind, the notion that at least that I believe, and I've asked the question of many students in the social sciences and humanities, do they feel that they're being exposed to a broad spectrum of political ideas, and in particular, our ideas in the great conservative tradition associated with this country, are they getting exposed to that? Despite what is clearly the case across higher education, and particularly elite higher education of the left tilt. And the answer, I think, and I think it's an accurate one, is they are getting exposure, and I think a fair exposure to these ideas, a faithful exposure to them. But having said that, I do feel there's a really serious problem, and I think it's John really put his finger on it. I really worry about not having people working from sympathetically and working to advance understandings, to advance scholarship in these fields from a conservative tradition. And to my mind, I think the most serious issue is what it's doing to this country. That when you're not, it goes back to this belief and debate and so forth, but when you don't have scholars who are working from this tradition or present on campus, who are being forced to confront students, faculty who are skeptical from the left, I think it impoverishes their work. And I think as it impoverishes the work of colleagues on the left, just not to have this testing and this kind of contestation. And I think particularly in this country, what it's meant is that instead of having a lot of conservative scholarship around social, political, economic phenomenon being developed on our campus, it's going to think tanks in Washington, which I think just kind of further exacerbates the divides in this country. So I really do think that there's an importance to looking at this issue and trying to understand how we actually think seriously about bringing faculty working from this tradition onto our campuses. And look, and I've had these discussions with colleagues, and I've said, look, when you're thinking about what's important for your department at this point in time, the debates over, the economics department, do you want qualitative or quantitative economics? Do you need a historian, an economic historian? Every discipline, whatever they're going to the hiring market, are thinking about these issues and trying to consider what's really important for their discipline at a point in time. I think it's in this context that this sense of, do we have a responsibility to make sure that there are scholars who are being cultivated at the graduate level and then ultimately making their way onto our faculty, that are representing a political tradition that half the country sees as important to their understanding of phenomena that they confront in their lives.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was great. At various times, I've made the claim that all college presidents are wimps. And I realize I now have to change that to say only most college presidents are wimps. But my question is about citizen of what? I teach at Boston College, and the word that I see citizen connected to most frequently is citizen of the world.
Global citizen.
Global citizen.
Right.
And I make the claim, I've never been asked to vote in a global election. I've never been taxed by a global entity. I've never been drafted by a global. In what sense am I a citizen? So my question is, you, I think quite properly, have said you're a citizen of a country. So how do you deal with this issue, and why do you think global citizenship has become really surpassed the understanding of American citizenship?
So I don't have a full story. It's a great question. I don't have a full answer as to why this frame of global citizenship has the particular currency it does, and in particular see it as in juxtaposition to this developing this idea of national citizenship. At least to my mind, I actually think you start off, and we're rooted in a political community, and a community, as you say, has a certain set of institutional arrangements and gives us a certain set of rights and obligations. I think to start off, you have to understand the nature of the experiment, the community you're in, and I think in truth, understanding that better will prepare you for understanding the complexity of the world and so-called global citizenship. So I don't see these ideas as deeply in conflict with one another. I guess what I would say, though, is that the denigration, or at least the de-emphasis of national citizenship, I think has really, again, been something that is a serious challenge, not just for this country, but indeed for the world. And if we think about what this country represents to the global order and the architecture of what we sculpted in the embers of the Second World War, and the role that this country played, I think that there's much that is noble and inspiring about that. But to the extent that we don't take our own national role and obligation seriously, and to the extent that the world is looking at us as they looked with horror at, again, January 6th and other moments that we've had over the last several years in this country, I think we imperil the idea of global stability and the maintenance of an order that brings peace and the prospect of prosperity. So I think, again, even if you like and think that this idea of global citizenship is imperative, I think you first got to think about this country and the unique role that it plays in the global order, and making sure that we're getting citizens who are capable of stewarding and sustaining this enterprise, which is so consequential for the world.
Thank you.
You talk about promoting, democracy and purposeful engagement with diverse ideas. I'm curious about what happens when you encounter ideas that seem dangerous to democracy. One of the things that can complicate campus conversations is accusations of being anti-democratic. So how do you balance the need for purposeful pluralism with a focus on democratic values?
So it's a question that we're all continually confronting. We confront in these various moments with really provocative speakers, and when our lines being crossed. And again, there's different institutions will draw those lines differently. But I think, again, I come back to the liberal democratic experiment and the sense that, at least to my mind, the conception of liberalism is that there is not one central truth. And there's a sense of modesty in the claims that we make. And so, for me, I think it's just really important, and particularly, as I like to say, the university is a place apart. It is again, a place that has to take so seriously this idea that received wisdom may be wrong, and you've got to open up and find space, even if it creates risk of unsettling or angering people. You've got to find the space and the habits to let those arguments play out. And so, again, it's I think the distinct calling of the university as a site for this kind of role that we play in liberal democracy, that you got to be particularly attentive to, according as much scope as possible for this vigorous contestation.
Thank you.
Okay. Glad I get to ask my question now. Carrying this thing this long has been a little bit of a burden. So while I agree that the university seems to for now bear great responsibility to educate our citizenry in the values and systems necessary for our republic, I am concerned by a statistic Dr. Carice had shared in passing, that only 1/3 of Americans will study for and receive a bachelor's degree, that at most 1/3 of the people who influence the destiny of this political experiment may be formally educated on that which is necessary to influence it well. If the university is limited in its ability to reach the American people, do we, as scholars, leaders, educators, and students, also bear some responsibility in cultivating and disseminating the lessons you hope become more frequently taught in institutions such as ASU or Johns Hopkins? If so, how might we fulfill said responsibility? Are we, as individuals, capable of having a meaningful impact, especially if institutions as great as universities do not possess influence great enough to reach even the majority of America?
So, the question you asked, in some sense, is it goes to what happens if we do this well at the university, if we've been able to transmit an understanding of our traditions and values, the institutional arrangements which we think are important to sustain democracy. Then what do you do with that? Here I have a less clear agenda for what follows, other than it seems to me that if we discharge this responsibility with some conviction, I think it ultimately will help restore at least some of the standing of the university, particularly in quarters of the country that are deeply skeptical of it and see this as places of meritocratic privilege, but without a sense of correlative responsibilities. And so, to my mind, I'd like to think that if we do this well, and although it's not the focus of my remarks tonight, but I think a big part of the story is making sure that more of the country is actually represented, and particularly those who come from family circumstances where there's not a tradition of participating in higher education, to come to our institutions. I think this is all part and parcel of the way in which you restore greater faith and confidence in us. I also spend some time talking in the book about the role that we play in disseminating our ideas and the importance of worrying about the accuracy of our research, how we share data, open science, and so forth, all of which I think provide a more comprehensive answer to the question you've raised.
Thank you. Thank you. I now feel even greater reason to get to read your book.
It can be downloaded for free.
Actually, so that's important. Would you just articulate that again? It can be downloaded. The book can now be downloaded for free from which was the website that you?
It's on the press website. It's on the
Johns Hopkins University Press website. You can download a copy of the book for free.
In one of the chapters of the book, in which I talk about the important role that universities play as a check on the exercise of public power, talk about the idea that we aspire to be a place that generates facts, data, can check exercises, claims to truth by other actors in society. And a big part of the large thrust of that discussion ultimately went in the direction of trying to show more of our work, showing more of our data, a bid towards thinking about open science. And Grant, among others, felt very strongly if we're going to make a play to the importance of disseminating broadly our findings, we should start first and foremost with this book. And so ultimately we decided to put it up for free.
Project Gutenberg early.
Yeah, indeed.
Final question. No pressure, but final question.
There was a lot of talk about civic education and debates on campus. So I was wondering, does an emphasis on civic education distract and distort from the first core purpose of the university, that being the pursuit of truth, or does the pursuit of truth come second to the political?
I guess this goes back to the question Paul asked earlier. I guess I just don't see these as fundamentally in tension with one another. You know, I think we're capable of creating or sustaining a culture of skepticism. I mean, that's what universities, we're skeptical about claims to truth. We interrogate them, we challenge them. We're contrarians by nature. That's the magic of a university. I think we're capable of doing that. I think we're capable of doing deep interrogation of claims, of producing new knowledge. I think simultaneously, while we are capable of actually saying to our students, these are ideas around which we have organized our society. This set of ideas has been particularly important in terms of resolving the kinds of very bloody battles and strife that has confronted society, plagued society for generations, and to talk about the survival value of these political arrangements and what's required to be able to sustain and nurture them. I think we can do all of that together. I just don't see a deep conflict in these roles. We're constantly thinking about, the multiple goals of a university. We educate, we research, we do tech transfer. We provide services to communities near us that are in need of health care or social service. I mean, we're complex institutions, and we're capable of doing a number of things simultaneously. That's what makes us such interesting places. And I think this is actually not that difficult to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, sure. Just a few closing remarks from me. Thank you to everyone for being here today. As I mentioned, we have breakfast at 8 o'clock for those who are here registered for the conference, and our first panel session is at 9. We have 2 final panels for the day, and then lunch for more opportunity for conversation. I do want to say thank you to the staff and faculty of the school who organized everything. Yeah. I'm just the pretty face up here. So Marlene and Janelle and Paul Willett, our communications manager. So event staff, communications staff, our faculty advisory committee organizing the whole thing. Then with that, please, a rousing thanks to Ron Daniels for this marvelous keynote. Thank you very much.